Chapter 1540. The Exploration of the Way of Heaven. He did not delve too deeply into it. The most important thing was, of course, to cherish the people in front of him. Cherish the present time. Looking up at the sky all day long and thinking about life was actually a waste of time. Although Li Zongjiu and Bai Yunfei could be said to have an endless lifespan, as long as one didn't seek death and wasn't killed by a strong enemy, it would be easy for one to have a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. However, many things would appear and happen during these tens of thousands of years. The future was difficult to predict. Even the most powerful people would meet someone even more powerful one day. This was also a cycle that came from the way of heaven. Li Zongjiu did not care. He was already very satisfied in this life. In the following days, he only needed to protect the grass and trees in Luoxia City. With Qi Yanran by his side and his parents by his side, what else could he hope for? However, it seemed that it was time to urge his parents to work harder and give birth to a son. Otherwise, their long lifespan would be very boring. After reaching a certain level, one could basically let go of things like managing a city and managing a family's property. It would be a waste of one's lifespan to do such things. There was nothing to do at all. As for some rules in the human world, they were in fact set by the strong, but there would never be perfect rules. Unfairness was everywhere. If you wanted to make the world more fair to you, then you needed to work harder. Only when you became stronger could you have the fairness in the world and enjoy real fair treatment. Li Zongjiu founded the Tianzong Academy, and it could be said that he spared no effort for the Tianzong Academy. It was to let more people have a fair chance. He was evil lord, not a psychopath. His style of doing things was a little strange, but he also had the thinking of a normal person. What Li Zongjiu did was what a normal person would do because he had the strength. Even if he had any dissatisfaction, he could release it at any time. It was not that many people were willing to compromise. Almost everyone wanted to live and become someone like Li Zongjiu, but there were very few people who could really succeed. Li Zongjiu thought that he had succeeded. There was only one such person in the world. So he was evil lord. The others were different. They didn't have the strength, and they would never have the opportunity to do so. But fortunately, the prosperous scene in Qiankuan Sacred City was also real. Everywhere was a scene of prosperity. In fact, there were very few people who dared to abuse their power in Qiankuan Sacred City. This was because Emperor Xingyan hated such behavior very much. However, Guolongquan had become a little arrogant recently. That was why such a situation had occurred. She hadn't grasped her position well enough, and it was mainly because she had been tricked by her son. He spoiled her too much. Seeing that it was about time, the two of them strolled around the streets and bought some snacks. Then, they walked towards the guild hall. The national inter-school tournament was held in the number 1 arena of Qiankuan Sacred City. The Heaven's Do Arena continued. The plan for the Heaven's Do Arena was learned from the Haiku dynasty. However, this place was relatively more formal, unlike the Haiku dynasty, where blood splattered everywhere. The Heaven's Do Arena's appearance was also to facilitate the exchange of cultivation between people. Being able to interact with each other was the most important thing. Otherwise, if they stayed behind closed doors forever, they would definitely create a monster. The tickets for Li Zongjiu and Li Zongjiu were also obtained by Xiao Zhao. Even the White Deer Mansion's name was used to prepare for this tournament. After all, the White Deer Mansion also needed new blood. If there were outstanding students among these students, they would be directly selected. If they entered the White Deer Mansion, it was equivalent to reaching the heavens in a single bound. Therefore, the youths of this batch were very hard-working. Li Zongjiu and Li Zongjiu's tickets were only ordinary seat. Sometimes, when one integrated with these ordinary people, it was as if one had truly integrated into the world. Once one became famous, doing such ordinary things would give one a different feeling. However, if one said that they were in such a state from the start, they would not be able to do so. In reality, that was just an excuse for their mediocrity. They had no choice, so they could only live an ordinary and comfortable life. However, when one became strong, the situation would be completely different. This Heaven's Door arena is pretty big. Li Zongjiu held a large bucket in his hands. Inside the bucket were many pieces of corn that had just popped out. Everyone else called this thing popcorn. It was a kind of snack. This was a secret recipe that Li Zongjiu had specially brought back from the sacred martial realm. Later on, he had handed it over to the White Deer Mansion, and this popcorn had become popular all over the country. The main ingredient was only corn kernels. Therefore, more than 99% of the 100,000 spectators had come to watch this brilliant battle with popcorn in their hand. As gongs, drums, and suona sounds rang out, the 100,000-plus people in the arena quieted down. There were seats all around the arena, while the stage was in the middle. Therefore, the spectators from all directions were able to clearly see what was going on in the arena. The person who stepped onto the stage was a gorgeous host. She attracted everyone's attention as soon as she stepped onto the stage. The introduction was mainly about the reward rules of this competition, as well as some information about the organizers. Most people probably didn't hear anything else. They only heard at the end that the champion of the competition would receive a grade 9 elixir. There was no doubt that this was the work of the White Deer Mansion. Apart from the White Deer Mansion, no one else would be able to take out such a valuable item. Everyone cheered loudly, mainly because this reward was too shocking for them. Moreover, apart from the participants receiving rewards for winning, the spectators also received rewards. Every spectator's admission ticket was actually a lottery ticket. There would be 10 lottery draws midway. 10 people would be drawn each time. A total of 100 people would receive a reward. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire arena boiled over. 100 people would be rewarded with a grade 5 elixir. Was there a mistake? This was too extravagant. A grade 5 elixir was given out in one go. This was truly a suffocating operation. At the same time, this was also a great publicity campaign. Almost everyone could participate in this kind of love, so no one would feel too tired. Who came up with these ideas? After hearing the host's introduction, Qi Yanran was completely shocked. This kind of thinking was really hard to believe. Who in the world would be willing to give a grade 5 elixir to random people for free, even if you spent money to buy a ticket? But you also watched the competition, so the prize was also incidental. Yet, it could greatly mobilize the enthusiasm of these people. It was simply unbelievable. Even Qi Yanran was full of admiration. Xiao Zhao, I don't know. His thinking seems to be a little ahead of its time. Li Zongjiu was also a little confused. Just as they were chatting, he suddenly thought of someone. Who knew how long that little fatty had been gone for? Why wasn't there much movement? Li Zongjiu also didn't deliberately look for him, because this kind of thing was hard to say. Under the heavenly Tao there was a destiny. Some things couldn't be forced. But there were some things that you had to fight desperately for. And this little fatty was Wang Jing. He was Li Zongjiu's only true brother in his previous life. At the beginning of this life, Li Zongjiu also couldn't wait to find Wang Jing and use his talent in alchemy to teach the disciples of the Li family. But later, Wang Jing also found an opportunity to leave. So at this moment Li Zongjiu also understood that these things couldn't be forced. When the time came, it would naturally come. Chapter 1541. Until now, Li Zongjiu had not deliberately searched for news of Wang Jing. However, this kid seemed to have disappeared, which made Li Zongjiu a little surprised. Either this guy hid very well, or this guy was already dead. Whether he was dead or not, based on Li Zongjiu's understanding of the latter, he would not die so easily. With this guy's strength, it would be very difficult to kill him. Therefore, something must have happened to him. Even in his previous life, Wang Jing's rise was not so fast. No one knew where Wang Jing had been all this time. the scene returned to the competition. After the host finished his introduction, the elders of the 4 major academies appeared and acted as the judges. At the same time, they were there to protect the safety of the participants. These people were all primitive emperors. No matter how powerful these students were, it was impossible for them to break through to the Yuan monarch realm in such a short period of time. Therefore, it was more than enough for the primitive emperors to come and control the situation. After all, they were just students of the academies. Zhou Zheng was also among them. 4 major academies: Tianzong Academy, Royal Academy, Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, and Pine Academy. These 4 academies were also very famous. At the same time, there were almost 20 judges and referees below the stage. They were in charge of supervising these competitions to prevent anyone from interfering and breaking the rules. This was because this was an exchange between students and not a life-and-death battle. If anyone tried to kill, they would be warned. All aspects of preparation were also quite sufficient. The competition would directly determine the top 50 experts. Moreover, these 50 people would also be included in the first National Academy ranking list. It was a very good honor. With Li Zongjiu and Zhou Zheng's cultivation realm, watching these young people fight in front of them was like watching a fight between children. However, when they saw some exciting counterattacks, they could not help but applaud. Usually, the atmosphere in their daily lives was too depressing. Many people did not know why they were so busy. Even Li Zongjiu had been working hard on his cultivation during this time. It seemed that he was very eager to break through to the celestial realm. However, he had not been able to make a breakthrough in the past few years. He was merely at innate level 3. For Li Zongjiu, whose cultivation path had always been smooth, this was undoubtedly a blow. Immediately, Li Zongjiu thought that if he came out to relax and slow down his cultivation, he might be able to reap some unexpected benefit. The excitement of the previous battles could only be considered average. However, they were still young after all. At least they were able to let Li Zongjiu see their efforts in the arena. This kind of tenacity and unyielding willpower was quite admirable. After several rounds of lucky draw, Qi Yanran finally won the prize. Qi Yanran was so happy that she jumped up and down. She didn't know if the organizer did it on purpose or not. It was only a 5th-grade pill. For Qi Yanran, this pill was nothing at all. However, what made the latter so happy wasn't the medicinal pill, but rather the luck that he had. Suddenly, the audience was shouting Xia Shui's name. He even added the word goddess at the end. It seemed that Xia Shui was also the most popular one in the audience. When the latter appeared, it also made everyone go crazy. The reputation that Xia Shui had accumulated over the years was very high. And this year happened to be Xia Shui's last year in the academy. She would officially graduate next year. Xia Shui also used her own strength to hand in the best result. She defeated the other heroes and became the first in the audience. She shone brightly in the audience. This was already a normal competition. The top 50 had already been compared. Tianzong Academy directly sat firmly in the first place. This was because Tianzong Academy directly occupied 9 of the top 10 positions. Tianzong Medicine Manor was almost at the bottom. After all, Tianzong Medicine Manor itself was a group of people who were also alchemists. Because of the addition of Chaowu Pavilion, Tianzong Academy's combat power in this area had also improved. Lan Yuyan heaved a sigh of relief when she was able to achieve such results. Yes, at least she finally saw the results of her efforts over the years. She did not disappoint. As for the only 10th place in the top 10, it was from Qingsong Academy. This person was definitely an all-powerful existence in the untainted land. Even in the eyes of the latter, these Tianzong Academy and the like were not worth mentioning at all. How could they be his opponent? The first place should be his. But the reality was very cruel. Unexpectedly, 9 people in a row were no match for him. In the end, he barely occupied a position with the 10th place. and this position might have been deliberately arranged by Tianzong Academy. They just did not want to give people the feeling that Tianzong Academy was too strong. Wouldn't that be too bad? They still wanted to give people a friendly feeling. Only then did they give up on continuing to fight. Only then did they get a place in Qingsong Academy. Even the geniuses in the untainted land had begun to lose their competitiveness here. This meant that the overall level of the Shengwu continent was also improving. The reason why the untainted land was mysterious in the past was that there were many powerful existences in the untainted land. Ordinary people could not touch them. Wherever they touched, the other party would directly be in a very ridiculously powerful state. They had long surpassed the limits of the untainted land. That was why they were mysterious. However, as the strength of the Shengwu continent increased, these originally mysterious sects would no longer be mysterious. In fact, they would become even more ordinary. It seemed that the next step was to unveil the mysterious veil of the untainted land. The National Academy Martial Arts competition came to an end. Li Zongjiu and the others also stood up and applauded, expressing their blessings for the end of this competition. However, within the range of Li Zongjiu's mind power, a figure was rapidly approaching. Immediately, Li Zongjiu frowned. "What's wrong?" Beside him, Qi Yanran sensed the change in Li Zongjiu's mood. News from the sacred martial realm. Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and waved. It was a message talisman bird. This kind of bird had its own formation and could fly for hundreds of thousands of miles. It was also researched by Li Zongjiu. Sometimes, if he needed to prepare something, he would use this message talisman bird to directly send a message to the sacred martial realm. Chu Yen would prepare the thing in advance. However, this time, it was Chu Yen who took the initiative to send the message. Li Zongjiu was a little surprised. When Li Zongjiu read the attached content of the message talisman bird, his expression changed. "It's bad. Something happened in the sacred martial realm." Qi Yanran rarely saw anything that could make Li Zongjiu's expression change. "What is it?" "The ape clan," Li Zongjiu said slowly. A trace of shock flashed in Qi Yanran's eyes. The Ape Clan. Chapter 1542. Originally, there was an award ceremony at the end. She wanted to invite Li Zongjiu and Li Tianlan to be special guests. But in the end, she found that the two of them had disappeared. They had left in advance. In the end, Lan Yuyan changed her plan. She invited Emperor Xingyan out. It could be said that he had managed to subdue the crowd. At this moment, in the backstage, beside Lan Yuyan, there was a fat man in plain clothes. He was holding a thick account book in his hand. "Look, the tickets are selling like hotcakes. And the winners are all our own people. It's not a loss at all." Wang Jing was counting money until his hands went soft. Originally, according to Wang Jing's plan, the finals should be held a week later. That way there would be more suspense. But Lan Yuyan didn't dare to take such a big risk. If the response wasn't good, wouldn't that be troublesome? So, she put the plan on hold for the next round. But after the competition, it did generate a lot of revenue for the entire Tianzong Academy. After all, the Tianzong Academy was a branch of the White Deer Mansion. But the Tianzong Academy couldn't always get revenue from the White Deer Mansion. In that case, if the Tianzong Academy couldn't grow independently, it would never have a breakthrough. Originally, the Tianzong Academy was already in the teaching aspect. Under Lan Yuyan's control, it could be said to have reached the extreme. It even tended to be stable. But if the Tianzong Academy wanted to have a bigger breakthrough, Lan Yuyan didn't have that ability. But Lan Yuyan found a treasure boy by chance. This person was Wang Jing. When Wang Jing joined, Lan Yuyan was like a tiger that had grown wings. She directly added in some wonderful ideas, expanding the influence of the Tianzong Academy to the maximum. Recently, I've contacted a few old friends in the Untainted Land. We've already agreed to open a training site in the Untainted Land. We'll exchange students from both sides to improve communication. Wang Jing said. Obviously, Wang Jing was also very keen on this career in front of him. For the current situation, Wang Jing himself was also very passionate. Over the years, he had experienced a lot of things, and he also had a narrow escape from death. At the same time, Wang Jing himself had already expected this. In the future, there would be immeasurable dangers. If they wanted to survive in such a crisis, they would have to be very careful. Therefore, it was necessary to vigorously develop the future and increase the strength of the people. Wang Jing's experiences during this period of time had made him realize that this was the only way to go. He had to use these future powerhouses to deal with the impending crisis. However, Wang Jing originally wanted to show off his skills. But when he turned around, he saw that Li Zhongjiu had already paved the way. Since there was such a good deal, of course he would take it over. In any case, their goal was the same. Fortunately, Lan Yuyan was very open-minded and was able to accept Wang Jing's idea. Lan Yuyan's eyes lit up when she heard Wang Jing mention the untainted land. Wang Jing was indeed related to the untainted land. If it was her younger brother, Kuan Erisher, he would also be living in the untainted land and would not return home for many years. When she saw this guy, she would definitely give him a good beating. Are you going to send him to the untainted land so early? It's getting late. We won't have much time left. In addition, I've also invited some Supreme Being friends to refine a training tower together. In this training tower, the speed of cultivation will be faster and the effects will be stronger, Wang Jing said. Lan Yuyan did not ask about Wang Jing's mysterious origin. Everyone had their own secret. As long as Wang Jing was really doing it for the Heavenly Sect Academy, there was no problem. It was a piece of cake. By the way, when I passed by the Heavenly Prison, why did I see someone kneeling there? There are many people kneeling in front of the Heavenly Prison. Lan Yuyan waved her hand and said. Now that the first competition had finally come to an end, Lan Yuyan heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Moreover, her team's results were pretty good this time. Finally, he could relax a little. At the entrance of the Heavenly Prison, when the guards of the Heavenly Prison saw that old General Guolongquan was still kneeling there, they felt like they were dreaming. Now, Guolongquan's military achievements were outstanding, and he had completed many tasks very well. He was also a hero in everyone's heart. However, it was a pity today. He could have offended anyone, but he had to offend the current Imperial Protector. Senior Evil Lord. It was the father's fault if the son did not teach him well. Until now, Guorenjia's painful cries could still be heard from the iron windows of the Heavenly Prison. Every time Guolongquan heard it, his heart would tremble. But it was worth rejoicing over. Li Zhongjiu did not want to take their lives. If they did not know how to be grateful, there would be no need for Li Zhongjiu to take action. Naturally, there would be someone who could easily get rid of them. It was best not to overestimate oneself. If they honestly corrected their mistakes, they would be able to live a good life. However, if they were stubborn, they would not be able to live freely. A guard came to inform Guolongquan. The competition was over. According to Evil Lord's words, it was time to get up. No, I can't get up yet. The great Emperor has not forgiven me for my mistakes. Guolongquan understood. The evil revered Emperor's words were very clear, but the sacred flame great Emperor didn't say anything. If the evil revered Emperor stood up now, it would mean that he didn't put the sacred flame great Emperor in his eyes. Therefore, Guolongquan was still kneeling. At the same time, he was thinking about how to regain Emperor Xingyan's trust. After all, if he was not sure this time, he would lose Emperor Xingyan's trust. By the way, what did Guorenjia confess? Guolongquan asked. Li Zhongjiu's order to the prison guards was to tell them all the bad things Guorenjia had done. Otherwise, they would not stop. How could they not follow Evil Lord's orders? Even Emperor Xingyan did not have the guts to ask these prison guards to stop. Therefore, Guorenjia would be beaten every once in a while. Then, he would tell them all the wicked things he had done. As the prison guards recorded, they became angrier and angrier. This son of a bitch had directly harmed so many people. Immediately, a whip as thick as a wrist was lashed out. Li Zongjiu did not take Guolongquan and his son seriously. At this moment, he had also come to the sacred martial realm with Qi Yanran. If there was no urgent matter, he would not be in such a hurry to send the news to Li Zongjiu. Chapter 1543. There were no problems in Jinchang City. When Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran arrived, Chu Yinguan, who had been waiting outside, couldn't wait to come in. Master, Senior Evil Lord. Chu Yinguan saluted Qi Yanran. Obviously, Chu Yinguan was very surprised to see Qi Yanran here. A few years had passed since then. Chu Yinguan had matured a lot. Today's great Yan Empire, under the governance of Chu Yan, was at least maintained in a relatively prosperous situation. However, the matter of the Yuan Beast Empire had been troubling the other great nations recently. It was a problem for the entire sacred martial realm. It was impossible to stop the Yuan beasts from building an empire. No one could do it. Moreover, the heavenly Tao was flawed. Since the Yuan beasts had such talent and rules, they were born with it. The rest of the people in the sacred martial realm had to follow the heavenly Tao. How about we let you build the Yuan Beast Empire? As expected, they thought the Yuan Beast Empire was just a joke. After all, they were a group of beasts. How could a group of beasts manage another group of beasts, establish a system? Did they really think that they were human just because they could stand on their feet? They were still far from being human. However, the other party obviously didn't care if the empire would last long. Therefore, after the empire was built, they began to seal off the resources in the 100,000 mountains. They sent powerful Yuan beasts to guard the border and didn't allow any humans to get close. If anyone wanted to go in to search for treasures, they would be killed by these powerful Yuan beasts. Obviously, this was a very threatening behavior. If this continued, there would be another decisive battle between humans and Yuan beasts in the future. The last disaster of the fallen race had caused such a huge loss to the human race. Until now, the human race had only recovered for a few years. They were not prepared at all. Who would have thought that in such a short time, another ape race would appear? What's the situation? Why is it so urgent? Li Zongjiu asked. It wasn't the time for small talk. He was here to solve the problem. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Yan and Guan Yan paused for a moment. This matter was a huge disaster for the entire sacred martial realm. They couldn't believe it. Everyone was shocked when they found out about this. The entire sky of the sacred martial realm seemed to have turned blood-red at this moment. The sacred mountain has been breached, Chu Yan said. Just 6 short words. Both Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were shocked by the news. The sacred mountain was breached? Li Zongjiu didn't expect this to happen either. Even the people of the sacred martial realm did not expect this. As the most powerful force in the sacred martial realm, it was also regarded as a place of protection by the various great forces. It was a place strong enough to protect the entire sacred martial realm. Just 2 days ago, it was broken through by the ape clan. No one knew what kind of lineup or attack method was used to break through the sacred mountain. They only knew that this time, it was a huge blow to the entire sacred martial realm. Heavenly Saint Kuan-Peng and the others in the sacred mountain hadn't appeared until now. They were probably dead. Otherwise, how could the sacred mountain be occupied by the meta beasts? It was really unexpected that such a situation would happen. It directly exerted a huge pressure on the entire human race. The rest of the big countries also hurriedly sent out envoys to find people to negotiate. The ordinary people didn't know about this for now. He had already suppressed this matter. Otherwise, if he had told them directly, it would have caused unnecessary panic. As an authority, one must first grasp the situation well. Now, the 2 Saint Immortals from the east and Beikong, as well as Fu Ding, have all gone to the sacred mountain together. Experts from all sides have gathered, but the current situation is not optimistic. Even the sacred mountain has been breached. Even if these people go, what can they do? Quickly summon them back to guard the city's border and prevent the meta beasts from attacking, Qi Yanran said. Back then, the sacred mountain was guarded by heavenly Saint Koan Pung. Even the experts of the fallen clan couldn't break through the sacred mountain. At least it could create a stalemate between the two sides. However, with the appearance of the ape clan, the sacred mountain was taken down so quickly. The thing that Li Zongjiu was most curious about was how the ape clan came about. Could it be that another space passage was opened? Could it be that the other side also had celestial realm experts? Li Zongjiu didn't know how strong the ape clan was or how they came in. However, Li Zongjiu knew that if he didn't stop them, it would cause another disaster to the entire sacred martial world, or even the sacred martial continent. That's enough. There are obviously some powerful existences, but they are not willing to show themselves. Li Zongjiu hated the other side for not doing anything. However, on second thought, there was no problem in doing so. If there was a meta-emperor level meta-beast attacking a city now, Li Zongjiu wouldn't do anything. Because there would naturally be people below to solve this matter. Although it might be a difficult thing for them. But it wasn't impossible. As for the price to be paid, it was a rather heavy price to pay. However, in the eyes of people at a higher level, this price was insignificant. This was also the reason why it was difficult for people with different levels of strength to sit together and have a good chat. Everyone had different points of reference and different worldviews, so how could they be on the same page? Prince Yen, General Jiang Bai, it's an emergency. A personal guard hurried to the front of Steward Chu and said. Although it didn't seem to be the right time, the situation couldn't be delayed. Speak, Chu Yen ordered. The Meta-Beast army has besieged Huitrun City. 2 million people are trapped in the city. Huitrun City was already a city on the second line of defense. After this unforeseen event, Chu Yen immediately evacuated the people at the border and stationed the troops at the border fortress. However, it seemed that the border had been lost, and even Huitrun City, which was used as a temporary refuge, had been surrounded by the Meta-Beast. Obviously, it was an extremely critical moment. Yanran, go to Huitrun City and check on the situation. I will go to the sacred mountain. Li Zongjiu said immediately. Qi Yanran also nodded. Both sides could not afford any delay. There was no time to waste. Master, I will go with you. Chapter 1544. Ordinary meta-beasts were not much of a threat to Qi Yanran. With the latter's strength and the assistance of the Green Bird platform, as long as it was not an expert above innate level 5. Basically, staying alive was not a problem. Compared to some special circumstances, it was inevitable that there would be problems. For example, the devouring Yuan clan that he encountered previously. Very few people's cultivation state could be as strong as Li Zongjiu's. His origin energy and physical body had been cultivated to a peak state. However, the devouring Yuan clan was most afraid of people with strong physical bodies. However, the previous situation happened because it was too sudden. Moreover, Qi Yanran's strength was not as strong as it was now. If it happened again, the devouring Yuan clan would be wiped out. Therefore, Li Zongjiu directly rushed towards the sacred mountain. Boom! Li Zongjiu immediately shuttled through the countless clouds. Finally, he arrived within 1,000 miles of the sacred mountain. However, at this moment, Li Zongjiu could not help but stop. Formation. Li Zongjiu's current cultivation in formations was quite strong. Although the front looked calm and empty, it had already been covered by a formation. If he approached, he would definitely be discovered by the other party. Breath control. Li Zongjiu descended. If it was in the past, he would not be so low-key. He would just rush in and kill together. However, he was now facing the legendary ape clan. Moreover, Li Zongjiu did not know the other party's situation. How could they break through the sacred mountain so quickly? They were at least in the innate level. This was because heavenly sage Kuan Pung could at least reach the innate level 1 in the sacred mountain. Back then, the one who had the heavenly book of Fallen could only reach the innate level 1 in the state of the heavenly book of Fallen. Therefore, both sides couldn't do anything to each other. Even if the people below were to fight fiercely, as long as a Xiantian expert appeared, they would be able to wipe out the people below. That would be an easy task. Therefore, the battles between the various great war realms were nothing more than a game. In the eyes of a true expert, no matter how you do it, it won't have much of an impact. It's not a problem at all. Only when this person who was truly at the pinnacle was taken care of would the matter be truly settled. Therefore, to be able to break through the sacred mountain, there must be an expert within the ape tribe. If they had already been killed, then Li Zongjiu would not be able to bring them back to life, so it was better to be safe. After all, a real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Li Zongjiu activated an aura-concealing array formation on his body. Using his own essence force as the foundation of the array formation, he added it to his own body. At the very least, he could deceive the opponent's array formation. Although the other party's array formation covered a wide area, it wasn't much stronger than Li Zongjiu in a real battle. It was just that Li Zongjiu was more cautious. His aura was like that of a stone. If one's cultivation wasn't high enough, they wouldn't be able to see the changes in Li Zongjiu's body. Even without using Yuan power, Li Zongjiu was still able to move as if he was flying. On this piece of land, he felt as if he was flying. Li Zongjiu's speed was also exceptionally fast. In the blink of an eye, he crossed 1,000 miles. Ahead was the boundary of the sacred mountain. However, Li Zongjiu had already seen the changes in the sacred mountain. Hundreds of sky-piercing stone pillars surrounded the sacred mountain. At the bottom of each pillar, there were also chains that bound the people who used to live in the sacred mountain to the top. Among this group of people, Li Zongjiu also saw one of the figures. It was Heavenly Saint Kuan Pung. At this moment, Heavenly Saint Kuan Pung was also sitting cross-legged on a lotus platform. Furthermore, there was a mountain above Heavenly Saint Kuan Peng's head that was pressing down on him. It was constantly releasing a strong aura that made it difficult for Heavenly Saint Kuan Pung to leave the lotus platform. They had to use this method to restrain Heavenly Saint Kuan Pung. This was the reason why the other party was able to take down the sacred mountain. Evidently, Heavenly Saint Kuan Pung had already fallen into the other party's trap. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like this. However, Li Zongjiu didn't care about the process, although he could see some figures on the path of the sacred mountain. However, they were only ordinary meta-beasts. Their strength was only at the Supreme Being level. Meta-beasts with such strength were nothing to be afraid of. However, the ape tribe did have the ability to tame these meta-beasts. Li Zongjiu didn't see any figures of the ape tribe. This made things a little difficult for him. He immediately prepared to catch a meta-beast and use his soul-searching technique to search for the information in the other party's mind. He could at least get some information and figure out what was going on. Suddenly, two figures broke through the air. One of them turned into a huge dragon sparrow and charged towards the mountain-shaped treasure above Heavenly Saint Kuan Peng's head. Boom! Immediately, a violent vibration spread out. Suddenly, a figure jumped down from the stone pillar. There was a pitch-black iron rod in his hand. He smashed it towards the dragon sparrow. This dragon sparrow was Tian-Yi. Ever since the great battle in the sacred martial realm, Tian-Yi hadn't left. Now, she had completed the task that her ancestor had given her. All she wanted was to pass the heavenly tribulation. Now that she had finally entered the Supreme Saint realm, she naturally didn't need the treasures of the other two tribes. Therefore, Tian-Yi wanted to live for herself. Back then, Fu Ding had sacrificed himself to save her life. Now, it was only natural that he wanted to return the favor with his life. Therefore, Tian-yi accepted Heavenly Saint Kuan-peng's invitation. She usually cultivated on the sacred mountain and enjoyed the peaceful days. Occasionally, she would go out with Fu Ding to train. However, Fu Ding was obviously very dissatisfied with his strength. If he wanted to be with Tian-yi, he had to be strong enough. He had to be at least half as strong as his master. Li Zongjiu saw the figure that jumped down. He held a long rod and looked like an ape. However, his behavior was basically similar to that of a human. There was no doubt that he was an ape. If he couldn't tell that the person in front of him was an ape, then Li Zongjiu might as well be blind. Clearly, Tian-yi attacked to attract the ape. Tian-yi's cultivation was also at the Supreme Saint realm. In the past few years, she had also made a small breakthrough. However, she was forcefully suppressed by the ape's combat power. Most importantly, the ape was only at the Supreme Saint realm, but it could suppress Tian-yi, who was at the Supreme Saint realm. Clearly, the ape's combat awareness and attack power were very strong. Just as Tian-yi attracted the ape's attention, another silhouette was quietly approaching. He also restrained his aura to the extreme. His figure was extremely fast as he passed through. Whoosh! It was a familiar voice. Fu Ding! Fu Ding rushed out. He was immediately discovered by some meta-beast. Immediately, these meta-beasts also rushed directly towards Fu Ding. In just 3 years, Fu Ding's cultivation had also entered the Supreme Saint realm. In addition to the cultivation of his willpower, the latter's combat power would definitely be more shocking. Go! Demon Suppression! Fu Ding threw out the Demon Suppression ruler in his hand. Immediately, the Demon Suppression ruler directly suppressed all the meta-beasts that rushed forward under the ruler. Boom! He suppressed more than 10 supreme-level meta-beasts alone. Fu Ding's target was obviously Heavenly Saint Kuan-peng. Heavenly Saint Kuan-peng was now the strongest in the entire sacred martial realm. Moreover, the other party also used this strange weapon to trap Heavenly Saint Kuan-peng. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to defeat the other party. Li Zongjiu saw Fu Ding's actions in the dark. This idea was good. However, it was a little bold. The other party's strength was obviously not that simple. Then, he saw the figure of another ape clan expert appear. He charged towards Fu Ding. However, just as the second ape clan expert was about to attack, another heavenly demon dragon sparrow descended from the sky. It directly grabbed with its sharp claws and brought the ape clan expert to the sky. The first silhouette was actually formed by the blade of creation. Interesting. Li Zongjiu nodded his head as he watched. These people were all outstanding. Chapter 1545. The performance of these people was beyond Li Zongjiu's expectations. At least in the beginning, Li Zongjiu was also confused by the other party's lineup. He did not see clearly that the first figure was formed by the blade of creation. Although this series of coordination could not be maintained for too long, it could at least be said that Fu Ding was now in front of Heavenly Sage Kuan-peng. Heavenly Sage Kuan-peng opened his eyes with anticipation. Fu Ding swallowed the elixir that he had placed in his mouth. At this moment, Fu Ding's mental strength increased tremendously. His aura was also released instantly. They blasted out in all directions. Boom! Another demon-suppressing ruler appeared in Fu Ding's hand. Obviously, the demon-suppressing ruler in his hand was formed by Fu Ding's willpower. Now, Fu Ding could condense his willpower to such an extent. According to this realm, he was at least Hotian level 6, or even level 7. It was naturally far from Li Zongjiu's level. However, with this level of willpower, he could easily defeat a supreme-level meta-beast. Break for me. It could be said that he had used all his strength in this move. He had done so much to prepare for this move. If he could not save Heavenly Sage Kuan-peng in front of him, they would all be finished. Boom! A terrifying force that shook the heavens and earth attacked. This move is quite good. Li Zongjiu saw that Fu Ding's move was swift and decisive, sparing no effort. This move had already adjusted his condition to the peak. Even if a supreme-level meta-beast was standing in front of him, it would not be able to withstand it. It was estimated that this strike of the ruler could directly split it into two halves. It failed. In the next moment, Li Zhongjiu's expression changed again. This was because Li Zhongjiu sensed that a figure had appeared quickly, and it happened to be blocking in front of Heavenly Sage Kuan-peng. With just one finger, it easily blocked Fu Ding's attack. Boom! The terrifying power was only emitted from his fingers. Other than that, it did not have any other effect. That was all. An expert of the ape clan. Another one came. There were a total of 3 ape warriors. Furthermore, Li Zhongjiu could sense that the ape tribe powerhouse in front of him was the strongest. You wish. Unfortunately, your strength is a bit lacking. This ape before him was actually speaking. Furthermore, it was mocking Fu Ding. What? Fu Ding had never thought that there would be another ape. How were they going to play now? They were all played to death. Just as he was about to continue attacking the other party, the ape sneered and crushed the demon-suppressing ruler that was formed from Fu Ding's will with a single hand. At the same time, he threw out a punch and sent the latter flying. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground. The blade of creation was forced back to its original form. Furthermore, Fu Ding's devil-suppressing ruler had been instantly stepped on by the ape race expert. Originally, the devil-suppressing ruler had been flying towards Fu Ding. But now, he was directly controlled by the ape expert. In the sky, Tian-Yi was fighting with the ape clan's experts. After the blade of creation returned to its position, she was equally matched with the other party. However, when she saw that Fu Ding had fallen into the hands of the other party, she dashed towards Fu Ding immediately. She was bent on saving Fu Ding. No matter what, she would not leave Fu Ding alone. Boom! Tian-Yi's figure landed behind Fu Ding. The 3 ape race powerhouses had returned to their positions and were facing off against the 2 of them. There were also dozens of supreme-level meta-beasts that were surrounding them from all directions. This time, they were completely done for. Don't bother about me. You leave first. Fu Ding said to Tian-Yi. If all of them were to die here, there would be no hope for the human race. No matter what, at least one of them had to be alive to spread the news. I won't leave you behind, Tian-Yi said resolutely. In fact, for hundreds of years, Tian-Yi had always been alone. She had cultivated until now. However, in the past few years, being able to cultivate together with Fu Ding had Tian-Yi feeling a warmth that she had never felt before. This feeling was very good. No matter what, she would not leave Fu Ding alone. This is the fun of the human race. You harm others and yourself. You are so indecisive. However, you are obviously from the demon race. Why do you want to degrade yourself? The strongest ape race member stepped forward and said. There seemed to be a ray of light in his eyes. It was as if flames were burning in his eyes. It was daunting, and the boldness of this imposing manner instantly suppressed Tian-Yi. Immediately, Tian-Yi seemed to be sucked in by a force. Tian-Yi was also being controlled by the latter. What are you trying to do? When Fu Ding saw that Tian-Yi's condition had become quite unnatural, he knew that this ape race member must be up to something. He actually wanted to control Tian-Yi. You are courting death. Seeing Fu Ding rushing towards him, an ape race expert next to him directly punched towards Fu Ding's head. Killing a person was nothing in their eyes. Fu Ding was already prepared to fight with these people. Immediately, when the figure rushed over, however, he heard a swoosh sound. This ape race expert's punch actually missed. Fu Ding's figure disappeared. What? The ape race expert who punched out was also stunned. He had clearly locked onto the latter's figure. How could he have let him slip away? There is an expert. The leading ape race expert retracted his flame-like eyes. His eyes looked around vigilantly, because even Tian-Yi had been rescued by someone. In just the blink of an eye. Even his method of control had not been completed. Tian Yi's figure directly disappeared. This caused the latter to be quite shocked. Who exactly took action? No, it's an illusion. The leading ape race expert looked around but did not find any trace of her. Not to mention a person, he did not even see a strand of hair. Then, the ape powerhouse once again released his flame-like eyes. Like a flame, it burned everything in front of him. At this moment, the surrounding world seemed to be constantly being burned and refined. However, this layer of the illusion world was incomparably sturdy. It would take some time to see through it. At this moment, Fu Ding was also surprised to see the 3 ape race experts in front of him and the surrounding supreme primordial beasts all standing on the spot. Immediately, he was extremely surprised. The next moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of him, causing Fu Ding to become excited. Master! Chapter 1546. Fu Ding saw Li Zongjiu in front of him. He was pleasantly surprised. Then, he looked at Tian Yi. It seemed that she was injured by the ape expert's attack just now. Until now, she had not woken up and had fallen into a coma. Master, look at Miss Tian Yi. Fu Ding hurriedly said. Li Zongjiu used an illusion to control the other party. Seeing Tian Yi's state, Li Zongjiu also took a step forward and pulled Tian Yi out of the power that she was immersed in. Originally, Tian Yi was also directly trapped in a power similar to an illusion. Because she was also controlled by the other party, such a situation would occur. As Li Zongjiu released his mental power, it also directly woke Tian Yi up. However, Tian Yi had the blade of creation to protect her. Even if Li Zongjiu did not do anything, Tian Yi would be able to recover quickly without any external support. It's you. Tian Yi saw Li Zongjiu in front of her. In the past, she had fought with Li Zongjiu several times. Later, it was unintentional that they joined forces to fight. Although she fought against Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran, she only wanted the Bluebird platform to help her break through her limit. But now, there was no conflict with Li Zongjiu. Unless Li Zongjiu wanted to settle old scores, she would be beaten to death by Li Zongjiu. Since you fought for the human clan, the previous score is written off. Li Zongjiu looked at Tian Yi and said. Li Zongjiu was not a stingy person. Since Tian Yi and he both came from the Shenwu continent, and in the last battle against the fallen race, Tian Yi also contributed a lot. Now, she was firmly on the side of the human clan. Li Zongjiu was fine with it. He didn't want to argue with her. What's more, it seemed that Tian Yi was very close to Fu Ding now. Maybe they would become a good couple. Master, quickly save Heavenly Saint Kuan Peng. These ape experts have already occupied the sacred mountain. They are here to seize the heavenly book. Fu Ding said. The human heavenly book. There was no doubt that it was an extremely powerful treasure. If they fell into the hands of the ape experts, then based on what Li Zongjiu knew, the ape experts would have directly obtained the 3 heavenly books. Ape clan, fallen race, and human clan. There were only 9 heavenly books in the world. If you collected all 3 books, you would be able to sweep across the 9 realms. It was really too terrifying. No matter what, Li Zongjiu would not let them take the heavenly book away. The close combat ability of these apes is extremely strong. I'm afraid that they were born with superior combat awareness. Fortunately, their mental strength is relatively weak, so it's easy for them to fall into illusions. Tonight, I'll find a chance to rescue Heavenly Saint Kuan Peng. Li Zongjiu said. Since these people's close combat ability was so strong, he did not have to fight them directly. Instead, he used his mental strength to deal with them and let them fall into the illusion. However, Li Zongjiu was still too careless. Although the other party was ambushed by Li Zongjiu's illusion and the effect seemed to be very good, they reacted very quickly. Especially the strongest one. He had a name, the Phantom Ape. The Phantom Ape was proficient in the Tao of Mind. Even these meta-beasts were controlled by him. Otherwise, these meta-beasts might not be so obedient. As for the other two apes, they were just ordinary Dajan's spiritual ape. Their combat ability was very outstanding. When the illusionary spirit ape broke Li Zongjiu's illusion, it managed to locate Li Zongjiu's location based on the remnants of Li Zongjiu's mental strength. This caused Li Zongjiu to be slightly surprised. Interesting. Both of you go to the side. I want to see how strong these apes are, Li Zongjiu said. When the two of them heard Li Zongjiu's words, they went to the side without hesitation. They all went into hiding and watched Li Zongjiu, waiting for him to start fighting. They were surprised that these apes could catch up. All of them were rather surprised. Even Li Zongjiu was surprised. He hadn't expected the methods of the ape race to be even more formidable than he had imagined. Whoosh, whoosh, boom. The two spiritual battle apes descended from the sky with a black metal rod in each of their hands. They had tall bodies, sharp eyes, fangs in their mouths, and a wild aura. When they saw Li Zongjiu, they dashed towards Li Zongjiu without hesitation. This was what the phantom ape had told them. When they saw Li Zongjiu, they did not need to say anything. They just attacked and killed him. They did not want to give Li Zongjiu time to release his illusion. Therefore, the two spiritual battle apes also quickly moved to attack. Two huge metal rods. At the same time, they smashed towards Li Zongjiu. What a strong aura! This aura is 10 times stronger than when we were fighting before. Fu Ding and the other one hid in the distance. They felt unsafe and retreated for more than 10 meters. Even when they were fighting before, they did not see the two apes use any weapons. Boom! The two rods fell towards Li Zongjiu at the same time. However, Li Zongjiu had already left his original spot. When the rods landed on the ground, it shattered the ground. It was like an earthquake. A fissure that was thousands of meters long instantly appeared. Just looking at this scene made one's heart palpitate. If the rods landed on him, he would be smashed into pieces and turned into a pile of minced meat. This was a very normal thing and was not hard to predict. You guys are too slow. Li Zongjiu's figure appeared behind the spiritual battle apes without anyone noticing. At the same time, he threw out a punch. Instantly, it struck the head of one of the spiritual battle apes and blasted it away. Bang! The spiritual battle ape flew out several hundred meters and smashed into a small mountain peak. It immediately landed and shook its head. Its eyes were filled with ferocity. Interesting! The corner of the spiritual battle ape's mouth curled into a cold smile. It did not expect to meet such an expert. After so long, these apes had not met any decent expert. Even when they saw Li Zongjiu just now, they did not have the intention to be too serious. They just wanted to play around. Who knew that Li Zongjiu would be so arrogant and powerful? He sent it flying with just one punch. The other spiritual battle ape that was not sent flying also reacted and fought with Li Zongjiu. Bang! 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 The two of them exchanged more than 10 blows on the ground. In the end, Li Zongjiu saw the opportunity and threw the spiritual battle ape over his shoulder, throwing it to the ground. Boom! The ground under the spiritual battle ape was like a deep well that was blasted out by a huge bomb. It was at least a few hundred meters deep. The spiritual battle ape laid in the deep hole and looked up at Li Zongjiu. This fall could be said to have directly smashed his internal organs into smithereens. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dark shadow flew over quickly. The spiritual battle ape in the deep pit also forcefully opened its eyes. It saw its weapon flying towards it. The black rod instantly pierced through the spiritual battle ape's shoulder. It pinned the spiritual battle ape in the deep hole. Roar! After being injured, the spiritual battle ape instinctively roared in pain. This was simply too painful. However, the ape tribe had a special characteristic. The more they fought, the braver they became. The spiritual battle ape, who was roaring in pain, pulled out the iron rod. It was still stained with its own blood. Then, it leaped up and flew towards the deep hole. Its aura also set off a stormy wave in the surroundings. Bang! Li Zongjiu did not continue to care about this ape. The spiritual battle ape that was sent flying just now attacked once again. Moreover, its attack speed suddenly increased. Li Zhongjiu was also fighting with his bare hand. Chapter 1547. The opponent's spiritual battle ape was quite good at using the rod. Li Zhongjiu could not help but speed up. However, the spiritual battle ape finally found a gap and used the rod to push Li Zhongjiu back by a dozen steps. Your strength is only SOSO. After the spiritual battle ape succeeded, it said proudly. Obviously, it was quite satisfied with its attack. At the very least, it was able to get back its pride, and it felt quite proud of itself. Bang! The spiritual battle ape that was thrown into the hole by Li Zhongjiu also jumped out. The wound on its shoulder was healing at an amazing speed. Li Zhongjiu rubbed his stomach. In fact, Li Zhongjiu had purposely gone easy on the previous attack, because he wanted to test the power of the spiritual battle ape's rod. However, it seemed that it could only make him feel pain. However, their staff techniques were indeed quite exquisite. Li Zhongjiu was also very curious about this. Your rod skills should be natural, right? Li Zhongjiu looked at them. It should be because of their natural strength and their special body structure that they could achieve such an effect. If it were other people, they would not be able to have such smooth movements and precise strength. Looks like I have to catch one or two of them to study your rod skills, Li Zhongjiu said. If he could learn the rod skills of the spiritual battle ape tribe from them, it would definitely become a set of extremely powerful martial skill secret book. Want to learn? Let me hit you a few more times and you'll learn it. The two spiritual battle apes immediately roared and charged towards Li Zhongjiu again. Boom! Freeze! Li Zhongjiu's mental energy instantly exploded. The powerful willpower instantly froze the two spiritual battle apes in place. The black dragon hammer appeared in his hand. Li Zhongjiu immediately took a step forward and hammered each of them. Bang! The two spiritual battle apes were directly sent flying. They flew for more than 1,000 meters and the rocks along the way were all shattered. Finally, they stopped under the support of a gentle force. It was the spiritual battle ape that was good at mental energy. The spiritual battle ape finally came. Obviously, the spiritual battle ape was extremely afraid of Li Zhongjiu and did not attack Li Zhongjiu. I guess you're the strongest person in the human tribe. The spiritual battle ape and Li Zhongjiu maintained a distance of nearly 200 meters. At least within this distance, if Li Zhongjiu made any strange moves, he could react in an instant and escape. Li Zhongjiu's illusion technique was above him, so he absolutely didn't dare to confront Li Zhongjiu head-on. However, after being vigilant, it wouldn't be so easy to trap them in this illusion. Among the human tribe, I'm at most average. If it was in the past, Li Zhongjiu would not waste so much time talking to him. He would just beat him up and be done with it. However, the situation was different now. If the three spiritual battle apes joined forces, they would still be a threat. Moreover, Li Zhongjiu was not being humble. What he said was true. This was because there were indeed some very strong existences among the human tribe. Li Zhongjiu did not know about them in the past. Now that he knew, it was better to keep a low profile. However, the apes didn't believe this. Even the most powerful sacred mountain of the human race had been taken down by them. They simply couldn't withstand a single blow. As long as Li Zhongjiu was eliminated, then it would be equivalent to ruling over the human race. This way, when the great emperor came, he could directly take the human relations heavenly book away. If he could do such a good job, he would definitely be praised. Therefore, these spiritual battle apes wanted to get rid of this man before them. We of the spiritual battle apes have no ill intentions. We just want to develop together. As long as you hand over the human tribe heavenly book, we of the spiritual battle apes will definitely not step foot into the territory of the human tribe. You guys can continue living your lives peacefully without disturbing. The intelligence of this spiritual battle ape was not low. In fact, it could even be said to be extremely high. Li Zhongjiu listened to the words of this fella. Naturally, he did not believe it. Only a fool would believe it. When it came to scheming, the human tribe was the granddaddy. How could such a clumsy performance fool Li Zhongjiu? Sure. Li Zhongjiu agreed immediately. This had the spiritual battle ape stunned for a moment. Could this be a trap? How could he agree to it so easily? If that was the case, wouldn't they have wasted all their effort earlier on? To think that he would agree to it so quickly. I'll help you look for it. Li Zhongjiu rummaged through his storage ring. Then, from an unknown corner, he took out something that looked like a book. The human tribe heavenly book is here. Come and get it. Li Zhongjiu gestured to the spiritual battle ape. The look of surprise on the spiritual battle ape's face gradually disappeared and turned into a cold glint. Immediately, he looked at Li Zhongjiu. A murderous aura could be seen from the corner of his mouth. Do you think I'm a fool? This thing was just an ordinary book. How could it be the human tribe heavenly book? Have you seen the human tribe heavenly book before? Li Zhongjiu retorted with a look of disdain. It was as if this spiritual battle ape was a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. This was too humiliating. Such a look, is this really the human tribe heavenly book? When the illusionary spirit ape saw Li Zhongjiu's expression, it was a little suspicious in its heart. Logically speaking, the stronger one was, the smarter one would be. Therefore, it was possible that Li Zhongjiu was thinking of surrendering and submitting to the ape race. Or perhaps, he believed in his words and thought that the ape race would not attack the human race after obtaining the human tribe heavenly book. Was he that stupid? In fact, even the illusionary spirit ape didn't quite believe it when it said those words. Of course it's fake. Li Zhongjiu replied straightforwardly. He thought that these guys would have some intelligence, but by the looks of it, their intelligence seemed to be lacking. Yes, they were smart. However, they did not know how to take corners. Yes, they learned things quickly. However, things like this were ever-changing. It was not something that could be learned just by thinking about it. Since these apes thought that they were smart, Li Zhongjiu had to play with them properly. But obviously, Li Zhongjiu had not expected that he would succeed so easily. They were too gullible. The spiritual battle ape was stunned. Li Zhongjiu mocked him mercilessly. Even Fu Ding and Tian Yi, who were in the distance, couldn't hold back their laughter in this solemn occasion. Damn it! The spiritual battle ape bared his teeth. He spat out cold air. There was a murderous look in his eyes. But he did not act rashly. He did not rush out to fight with Li Zhongjiu directly. What a pity! You're so smart. You probably did not expect that the cities and countries of the human race would have been conquered by the Yuan beast army led by the ape race. The order that I gave them previously was to kill all the humans. Don't you humans value relationships? Go back and enjoy this sadness. When my army takes over the cities, I will kill everyone in the cities as long as you don't hand over the human tribe heavenly book. You'll be responsible for the deaths of these people, the spiritual battle ape said fiercely. He wanted to make Li Zhongjiu bear the guilt. Is that so? Li Zhongjiu could not help but shake his head. Obviously, the strength of the ape race was still lacking. If the strength of the ape race in front of him was around the same level, he believed that Qi Yanran would be able to deal with them easily. In fact, Li Zhongjiu was not going to let the three apes leave. Actually, you guys shouldn't have come. You're only going to die if you come here and cause trouble. Today, don't go anywhere. Li Zhongjiu stretched out his hand and waved. Suddenly, the surrounding ground rumbled, and 4 walls shot up into the sky. The sky was filled with thunderclouds. It directly trapped the 3 great ape clans within. Kill him! The spiritual battle ape roared. The 2 spiritual battle apes moved immediately. They had long wanted to kill Li Zhongjiu. Now they could finally take action. Chapter 1548. Initially, Li Zhongjiu had been wary of the ape tribe. After all, Li Zhongjiu had been wary of the ape tribe's expert. He had thought that most of the ape tribe would be extremely powerful. On top of that, The fact that the ape tribe was able to take down the sacred mountain so easily had Li Zongjiu surprised. However, after exchanging blows with the ape tribe, Lin Fan felt that the ape tribe's strength was only so. Although the ape tribe's overall strength was relatively strong, it was still far from being able to compete with Li Zongjiu. "Let me show you the difference in strength," Li Zongjiu said slowly. Then, he activated his willpower. He moved and swung his fist. Bam! When the two spiritual battle apes approached, they clearly saw that Li Zongjiu had already begun to move. However, he disappeared in the next second. At the same time, the two spiritual battle apes realized that the other party had disappeared. He was the only one left behind. They stood in the middle of the white world. The surroundings were also extremely empty. Their companions had disappeared as well. No matter which direction he waved the staff in, there was no movement at all. "Oh no! It's another illusion!" Li Zongjiu had made them fall into an illusion with just a wave of his hand. Moreover, he had trapped the two spiritual battle apes. Li Zongjiu's attack was aimed at one of the illusionary spiritual apes in front of him. When dealing with the illusionary spiritual battle apes, he would naturally use illusions to weaken their strength. When dealing with the illusionary spiritual battle apes, he would break through them. This was the best way. Therefore, Li Zongjiu approached the ape tribe immediately. The illusionary spiritual ape was shocked. It did not expect Li Zongjiu to be proficient in so many abilities. Immediately, a cold glint flashed across the illusionary spirit ape's eyes. It immediately unleashed an illusory technique in an attempt to trap Li Zongjiu. However, there was no time to undo the illusory technique on the spiritual battle ape. If it could trap Li Zongjiu, everything would be resolved. However, the illusionary spiritual ape's illusion had no effect on Li Zongjiu. He broke it in the blink of an eye. Then, his fist landed on the illusionary spiritual ape. The illusionary spiritual ape was so frightened that it screamed and fled. Whoosh! Li Zongjiu followed closely behind. The illusionary spiritual ape had nowhere to run. Fall! Li Zongjiu's figure suddenly appeared in front of the illusionary spirit ape. With a single punch, he sent the illusionary spirit ape flying. Bam! The illusionary spiritual ape was hit and it spat out blood. Suddenly, he flipped over and stood up. At the same time, he pulled out the monkey hair on his head and blew at Li Zongjiu. Hundreds of illusionary spiritual apes appeared. Another illusion? However, the ape tribe's defense seems to be stronger. Li Zongjiu did not hold back when he punched the illusionary spiritual ape. However, the illusionary spiritual ape was unharmed. Although it spat out blood, it did not die. If it was someone else, they would have exploded on the spot. In fact, the illusionary spiritual ape was shocked as well. It knew that Li Zongjiu's fist was strong, but it did not expect it to be so strong. Therefore, it had to release its ultimate move in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu would continue to attack. However, the hundreds of illusionary spiritual apes' doppelgangers also released their illusion at the same time. At this moment, Li Zongjiu finally felt the power of the illusionary spiritual ape. It was as if he was trapped in a quagmire and could not move. Interesting. Although Li Zongjiu was awake, and was not confused by the illusionary spiritual ape, the illusionary spiritual ape was affecting Li Zongjiu's body. At the same time, the illusionary spiritual ape wanted to wake up the spiritual battle ape. However, when it got close to the spiritual battle apes, it realized that the two spiritual battle apes were attacking it at the same time. Bam! At this moment, the spiritual battle apes seemed to have regained their consciousness. They saw that Li Zongjiu was approaching and wanted to attack them. Of course, they lifted their poles and smashed it at him. Idiot, you guys are attacking the wrong person. The illusionary spiritual ape was caught off guard by the attacks of the two spiritual battle apes. After all, most of its strength was used to control Li Zongjiu. Otherwise, the two spiritual battle apes would not be controlled by Li Zongjiu. Bam! The illusionary spiritual ape was pushed back by the spiritual battle ape's strength. Even its body was being attacked by the spiritual battle ape. Bang, bang, bang. After a while, the illusionary spiritual ape was hit in the head by one of the spiritual battle ape. Its head exploded on the spot, creating a bloody and violent scene. In the distance, Fu Ding and Tian Yi had also finished watching this normal battle. In fact, Li Zongjiu was simply standing at the same spot and had never left. However, the three great ape tribes were slaughtering each other right away. The scene was indeed quite bizarre. What a strong will! Moreover, your master also has a strong illusionary spiritual skill. If it were not for the illusionary spiritual skill, it would not have been so easy to fool the illusionary spiritual ape. The illusionary spiritual ape was killed. The remaining two spiritual battle apes were also killed by Li Zongjiu. When the last spiritual battle ape was still breathing, Li Zongjiu removed the illusionary spiritual skill and let the spiritual battle ape see clearly that Li Zongjiu did not move at all. They were trapped in the illusionary spiritual skill. This was the scary part of a strong will. It could easily confuse the other party. They would not even know how they died. In the future, you must remember not to casually snatch other people's things, Li Zongjiu said calmly. Finally, after the last spiritual battle ape heard these words, it immediately breathed its last and fell to the ground. However, things were not that simple. The three corpses in front of Li Zongjiu turned into three black hairs in front of him. What? Li Zongjiu's eyes suddenly flashed. He had worked so hard to get rid of 3 hairs. Li Zongjiu could not believe it. How could this be? How could this be? Li Zongjiu picked up the hairs of the ape clan. He did not detect any energy wave. However, the corpses turned into monkey hairs. Li Zongjiu could not figure it out. There's something strange about the hairs. Li Zongjiu had a vague guess in his heart. After all, it wasn't a simple matter to open a portal in such a directional manner. Back then, the ape race powerhouse had only extended a hand. After that, there were no other actions. Either these apes were released at that time, or in reality, these apes were merely transformed from the hair of the ape race powerhouse. Just a strand of hair is so strong. Li Zongjiu was shocked. If the elite ape clan was a celestial realm being, how scary would a celestial realm be? Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. Master, you're so strong. Can you teach me this move too? Fu Ding came in front of Li Zongjiu and said, I was born with it. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Tian Yi had experienced Li Zongjiu's illusory power a long time ago. If it weren't for that illusory power, she wouldn't have had the chance to come to the sacred martial realm and experience such an experience. What's this? Tian Yi looked at the 3 hairs in Li Zongjiu's hand. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing special. However, the corpses of the 3 apes were gone. Looking at Li Zongjiu's expression, it seemed that this problem was quite serious. These are the 3 apes just now. Chapter 1549. Tianyi and Fu Ding were even more shocked. They had been fighting for such a long time, but they were only fighting with 3 strands of hair? Just those 3 strands of hair alone were enough to force the ape race to such a state. Even the current situation was beyond their expectations. Fu Ding and the others had tried their best. But in the end, they were no match for them. If it weren't for Li Zongjiu's help, most likely, they were all done for. Right now, they should have been captured by the ape clan. They were either killed or locked up. They would probably end up like heavenly sage Kuan Peng. Therefore, it seemed that they had only scratched the surface of the ape clan's strength. Master, the ape clan said that they want to attack our city? Let's go and help. Fu Ding also said anxiously. He remembered what the ape clan said before. Anyway, with Li Zongjiu here, nothing should happen. As long as Li Zongjiu arrived in time, he would definitely be able to save them from this crisis. Your master's wife is already dealing with it. There won't be a problem. Li Zongjiu said. With Qi Yanran's help, these problems would not be a problem. although the ape clan did have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. However, Qi Yanran's current strength was also extraordinarily strong. Moreover, he did not know if Qi Yanran had learned any powerful moves from the Green Bird platform. If she had, then it would be very easy for her to deal with these people. Even Li Zongjiu did not dare to say that he had the confidence to win. Master's wife is here too? That's great. When Fu Ding heard that Qi Yanran had also come, he was also relieved. At least with Li Zongjiu's love for Qi Yanran, he would not let her be in danger. At this moment, Qi Yanran was also fighting with two spiritual warriors ape. But the battle was also quite intense. Qi Yanran was not good at illusion, so she could only fight with these spiritual warriors apes head-on. After a series of head-on clashes, the fluctuations that erupted during the battle were even more earth-shattering. But it was all under Qi Yanran's control. In the end, the two spiritual battle apes were beaten into a single strand of hair. It floated to the ground. When Qi Yanran saw this scene, her eyes were obviously filled with shock. Just 2 strands of hair from the ape clan's expert were already so powerful. If it was his true self that came, how terrifying would that be? It really worried Qi Yanran. The rest of the Meta-Beast army was naturally defeated by Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran was now a master of the natural realm. Naturally, they were much stronger than the people in front of him. Qi Yanran, who was as heroic as a goddess, once again became a figure that was worshipped and admired by all the people in the world. It was precisely because of the intervention of such an expert that their lives were saved. Otherwise, the attack of the ape race would have definitely caused great suffering. Chu Yan, Guan Yan, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Master had taken action. He didn't know how the battle at the Holy Mountain was going. The news of the sacred mountain being conquered had yet to spread. If the common people knew that the sacred mountain had been attacked, they would be in trouble. If it was occupied by the enemy, the world would probably be thrown into chaos. At this time, faith was very important. I'll leave the rest to you. I'll go and take a look at Li Zongjiu. Qi Yanran said. Master, don't worry. Guan Yin nodded and said. Now that the ape race had been eliminated, the rest of the matter was naturally not difficult for them. Guan Yin was still very capable of handling such a situation. After Qi Yanran nodded, her figure swept in the direction of the sacred mountain. At this time, Li Zongjiu had also dealt with the 3 apes and came in front of Heavenly Sage Kuanping. Those supreme-level meta-beasts underground were all handed over to Tian Yi to deal with. After all, Tian Yi was a master of the natural realm. Dealing with these meta-beasts was a piece of cake. TSK, why are you so miserable, Brother Kuanping? Li Zongjiu couldn't help but tease. This Heavenly Sage Kuanping was indeed miserable. Every time someone came to attack the human race, they would first look for the Kuanping Heavenly Sage. After all, this guy was the #1 official of the human race. He was the guardian of the sacred mountain, but he wasn't recognized by the human network Heavenly Sage. After all, his talent was still lacking. Until now, he hadn't entered the natural realm. Therefore, it was natural that the human heavenly book didn't choose him. Probably, entering the natural realm was the minimum requirement. There were so many realms above, and there were bound to be some stronger people. Don't laugh at me. Do you think I want to? Heavenly Sage Kuanping was also full of grievances. It was written clearly on his old face. Becoming the guardian of the sacred mountain here, he thought that he could get enough benefits, but in fact there was nothing. If any powerful enemy from another world came, the first thing they would do would be to attack him. How difficult was it? These days were really too difficult. He couldn't go on living. Li Zongjiu studied the mountain that was pressing on top of Heavenly Sage Kuanping's head. It was a magical treasure. Now that the ape tribe was dead, they were gradually losing their strength. Therefore, after Li Zongjiu increased his strength, he directly put away the magic treasure. In the blink of an eye, the originally huge mountain turned into a small ornamental stone the size of a palm. Don't look down on this stone. Li Zhongjiu could feel the power of chaos from it. Just like the chaos bell, it could contain the power of chaos. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu was also somewhat puzzled. He reckoned that this primal chaos force was so powerful that it could penetrate through the three realms. Otherwise, this primal chaos force would be practically omnipresent and in such a powerful state. After breaking free, Heavenly Sage Kuanping was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. He stretched his body. He didn't expect that he would be pressed under the mountain at such an old age. It was like bullying an old man. Fortunately, Li Zhongjiu took action. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as being pressed under the mountain. It was estimated that within a few days, they would be killed directly. The people who were tied to the sky-reaching stone pillars had also been released. However, Li Zhongjiu had a strange premonition when he saw the sky-piercing stone pillar. How did they release these stone pillars? Li Zhongjiu could clearly sense that these stone pillars did not belong to the sacred martial realm. Li Zhongjiu used his mental energy to probe them and was shocked to discover that they were not from the sacred martial realm. These stone pillars had merged with the sacred mountain. There was also a force flowing and circulating. However, this force didn't have a specific function. Li Zhongjiu couldn't tell for the time being. He only knew that if the sky-reaching stone pillar were to be destroyed, the entire sacred mountain would also be destroyed. At the same time, the sacred martial realm would be damaged. Chapter 1550. Only the sky-reaching stone pillars in front of them could not be destroyed at all. They could only stay here. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu could only temporarily isolate the sky-reaching stone pillars with his own strength. Although he did not know what the sky-reaching stone pillars were doing, it was definitely not a good thing. Therefore, it was the right choice to isolate them first. At this moment, above the sky, there was also a five-colored divine light that quickly swept over. Boom! It was Qi Yanran, Master's wife. After seeing Qi Yanran, Fu Ding hurriedly greeted her. Good boy. Qi Yanran was also very satisfied with Fu Ding. At least this little guy looked very obedient. You've grown up a lot. Qi Yanran greeted him. Of course, she also saw Tian Yi standing beside Fu Ding. She nodded to Tian Yi. Now Tian Yi was no longer a match for Qi Yanran. Perhaps even Tian Yi herself did not expect that Qi Yanran and Li Zhongjiu's strength would break through so quickly. How long had it been? They had become so powerful in such a short time. This made Tian Yi quite surprised in her heart. But fortunately, Tian Yi could rely on the blade of fate in her hand. At least in the future, she would have a great guarantee. In the future, her realm would definitely not be low. After becoming powerful, Qi Yanran naturally did not have any hostility towards Tian Yi. After all, everyone had a purpose, not to mention that they were comrades in arms who fought side by side in the past. If you have time, let's go to the Saint Martial continent and have a cup of tea together. Qi Yanran invited Tian Yi. After all, in the face of foreign enemies, they were also comrades in the United Front, and they already had this relationship with each other. Of course, there was no need to make the relationship so tense. Okay. Tian Yi also nodded. Originally, Tian Yi didn't have any feelings for Li Zhongjiu and Lin Mingyan. She had made it very clear that she just wanted to borrow the Blue Bird Dao platform, in order to break through her own heavenly tribulation, to reach the absolute saint realm. In the end, he succeeded. Unfortunately, it was this disciple of Li Zhongjiu who had blocked an extremely fatal and crucial blow for her, allowing her to successfully overcome this crisis. Speaking of which, she even had to thank Li Zhongjiu. Are you all right? Li Zhongjiu and the Kuan-Ping heavenly sage landed at the same time. They had also gone to isolate the sky-piercing stone pillars. This was to prevent the auras between the stone pillars from attracting each other. Because this stone pillar came from the ape clan, it was hard to say what kind of strange power was contained in them. Perhaps they themselves were teleportation gate. Once these powers were combined, they could instantly open a huge teleportation array. If that was the case, the sacred martial realm would be in trouble. I'm fine. I met 2 apes, but after I killed them, I turned into this. Qi Yanran took out the 2 hairs of the ape clan. Li Zhongjiu also took out 3 strands of ape fur. It's the same on our side. It seems like the strength of the ape clan is unfathomable. They almost destroyed the entire sacred martial realm with just a few strands of hair. Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran also felt quite serious. After all, this matter didn't seem to be so simple. If they were to fight with the real ape clan next time, they wondered what would happen. Why don't you just inherit the human heavenly book and become the guardian of the human race? With the power of human heavenly book, these people will have nowhere to hide. The Kuan Pung heavenly sage advised. Only Li Zhongjiu was the most suitable. He was obviously a person who cared about the world, but he had to pretend to be very cold. This made people very unhappy. I'm not interested in that now. Li Zhongjiu immediately shook his head. Although Li Zhongjiu yearned for the power of the Person Divine Book, he also knew that he would have to pay a huge price in order to obtain the Person Divine Book. Li Zhongjiu didn't want to compromise so quickly for the sake of power. Therefore, he still needed to cultivate on his own. Even the legendary Black Sea Overlord didn't necessarily master the power of the 9 lineages heavenly book. He relied entirely on his own strength to reach his current level. However, the 9 lineages heavenly book, if there was a chance, Li Zhongjiu would definitely snatch the heavenly book from the devouring Yuan clan. He had a deep hatred for the devouring Yuan clan. Moreover, he had long been unhappy with the devouring Yuan clan. If he wanted to resist the power of the ape clan, he would have to use the power of the heavenly book. At least for now, it seemed that the ape clan wouldn't be able to make a comeback in a short time. All of you should be careful from now on. There might still be traces of the ape tribe in some corner. Moreover, there might be any activity from this stone pillar. If there is any movement from it, hurry and inform me. Li Zhongjiu said. This time, the ape clan's problem was solved. However, Li Zhongjiu couldn't possibly stay here for a long time. Anyway, if there was anything, he just had to look for them through the teleportation formation. It was very convenient. After giving careful instructions, Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran also patrolled the surrounding area. After confirming that there were no traces of the ape clan in these big countries, it seemed that there shouldn't be any problems. In addition, they collected some more resources and brought them back to the Shengwu continent. However, in Li Zhongjiu's opinion, the ape clan wasn't simple. Judging from the previous fight with the ape clan wasn't that stupid. On the contrary, they were very courageous and resourceful. If Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran hadn't arrived in time, the entire Shengwu continent would have been destroyed. The entire human race's sacred mountain would also be destroyed. In addition, the few countries in the sacred martial realm would also be easily destroyed. The destruction of the human race would have happened in an instant. As for the so-called Yuan Beast Empire, after the ape clan disappeared, it naturally fell apart. Even if there were a few smart guys in the Yuan Beast Empire, they wouldn't be able to withstand the rest of the stupid and boorish people. They could even easily overthrow the empire you built. This was the situation at the moment. The Yuan Beast Empire was still unyielding. The 6 big countries entered a trend of stability again. However, after this battle, the Shengwu continent also had a wide range of geniuses. Opening the door of the Shengwu continent to cultivate the powerful new forces of the future generations became the most important thing. The number of experts that could be brought out in this world was simply too few. For the Shengwu continent, it was necessary to cultivate these people and nurture them into geniuses who could truly stand on their own. This was the only way. Only then could they ensure that they would have the strength to fight against the invasion of the foreign tribes in the future. Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran returned to the Shengwu continent. The two of them often went into seclusion and occasionally came out to accompany their families. In the blink of an eye, spring passed and autumn came. 5 years later. Chapter 1551. Luoxiao Mountain. Right now, Sunset Mountain completed this type of truly incomparable action. Tens of thousands of origin energy thrusters. They had sent the entire Luoxiao Mountain into the sky. It was 120 feet above the ground. When they saw Luoxiao Mountain, it actually appeared in such a state. When everyone in the world saw it, they were also amazed. This also meant that Luoxia City would truly be high and mighty. This was a high and mighty city. Everyone believed that everyone could feel the power of Luoxia City. The greatest significance of having the entire city and the mountains suspended in the air was that if an ordinary person wanted to launch an attack, they would not be able to do so. That was also a very difficult thing. As long as Luoxia City put away the cloud ladder. Wanting to enter the city was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Unless you could ascend to heaven, otherwise you would not be able to enter Luoxia City. Also, once you were attacked, you could even directly take the city and escape through the sky, leaving no trace for the enemy. Naturally, there were also some origin beasts. These potential threats could also be greatly reduced. Such an advanced city was simply a true fortress in the sky. Li Zhongjiu personally set up tens of thousands of arrays to shape Luoxia City into a real iron fortress. Besides that, Li Zhongjiu also personally mobilized hundreds of Tianwu ships. There were also several giant Tianwu ships. Although the Dao country was not very powerful, the strength of the warships was still very good. At least they could build these warships, and they were all in a rather advanced state. In the 8 corners of the city, there were giant warships connected to the city with iron chains. This could also greatly increase the degree of insurance. It could prevent the risk of the entire city losing control and falling. Hundreds of Tianwu ships were also hovering above the city in order to drive away some flying origin beasts that were close to the city. After witnessing the city fly into the sky, Li Tianqing and the others were so moved that they kept exclaiming. In the end, they could not help but applaud. It was too amazing. Such a magnificent feat in their eyes. It was simply a miracle. A true miracle had appeared in front of their eyes. Who would be able to witness such a thing? An entire city had flown up into the sky. Was there anything more awesome than this? Li Zhongjiu was also very satisfied. He had been busy with a lot of things. Even when Luoxia City flew into the sky, he invited Qi Shaohun and the others. At least these two families had become a family. Naturally, they had to have a good meal together. After drinking, Qi Shaohun and Li Tianqing had almost become brothers of life and death. They drank until they were dead drunk. The two of them were also heroes of their time. If Li Tianqing was not born poor, he would not be any worse than them. And now he also had a very powerful son's son. Their cultivations had also skyrocketed to the utmost exalted realm. Presently, Sunset City was fully deserving of the reputation of being the #1 city in the world. In addition, the Tianzong Academy had become the #1 academy in the world. However, recently, the Tianzong Academy had also started to establish branches of different factions. There was always some knowledge that needed to be learned in a special place. They even set up a chaos branch in the untainted land. Only those with outstanding cultivation talent in the main school could be sent to the desolate branch to continue their studies. The dean of the Chaos branch was Kuan Erasher. Shuiyu was the vice dean. After these two people traveled around the world, they did not hesitate to choose to devote themselves to the great education cause. At the same time, with the name of Evil Lord, they also established an extremely huge system in the untainted land. This kind of operation also made people in the world exclaim. They studied in the Chaos branch for 3 years. There would be countless sects in the untainted land coming to select disciples. Level by level, they would contribute to the cultivation of top talent. Li Zhongjiu also often went to the untainted land. This was because Wang Jing's main focus was now on the wilderness branch, the first batch of elders in the chaos branch. It was Xia Shui and the others. Only 5 years had passed. Xia Shui had stepped into the threshold of the supremacy realm. Such aptitude stunned the entire untainted land. It was not because Xia Shui had touched the threshold of the supremacy realm at such a young age, but because the speed of her cultivation breakthrough had always been in a steady state. She had never had the slightest intention of discouraging. In fact, Xia Shui had long been able to reach the supremacy realm. However, under normal circumstances, she had suppressed it. She did not rashly break into the supremacy realm. This was mainly because once she entered the supremacy realm, then who would teach her cultivation in the future? Therefore, this was also a problem that troubled Wang Jing. Logically speaking, since she was already in the supremacy realm, why would she need someone to teach her? But in fact, there was no end to learning. Any realm needed someone to guide you. Even if you were to use your own wisdom to learn, you still needed a teacher to guide you in front of you. Therefore, Wang Jing was now instigating Li Zongjiu to come out and teach from time to time. When Li Zongjiu heard this, he waved his hand repeatedly. I don't have so much time to play with these little brats. Li Zongjiu wanted to do the education thing, but he only needed to give a direction and provide a lot of resources. He did not need to do it himself. In fact, today, 5 years later, the original seed had already bloomed and bore fruit. Even the current operation did not cost much, and there was even a lot of feedback. Just these students who had been sent out, after becoming successful and famous, had donated money to the school. There were also various ways to make money. However, Lan Yuyan tried not to let the Tianzong Academy have any connection with this business. Once commercial activities were involved, it would be a very dangerous thing for the entire Tianzong Academy. It was even possible that the reputation of the school would collapse and be ruined by others. Sigh, it's still better here. Back then, I was accidentally brought to the world of the ape clan. The people there were simply ferocious. However, these monkeys were quite cute. While drinking, Wang Jing was also reminiscing about the past. Back then, Wang Jing had also disappeared for a period of time. You've been to the ape clan continent? When Li Zongjiu heard Wang Jing's words, he was suddenly stunned. Although it could be said that after the few heirs of the ape clan were killed last time, there had never been any movements from the ape clan. However, in Li Zongjiu's heart, he had never let go of this matter. He had always been thinking about the ape clan continent. If the real body of the ape clan came, it would be a very dangerous thing. Yeah, after I left your Li family, I came here to take a bath under a waterfall. As a result, I was washed into a cave. When I came out again, I fucking found that I was in the ape clan continent. I didn't even wear any fucking clothes. When Wang Jing mentioned this matter, he was also quite angry. If it were you, wouldn't you be angry? You would want to bang your head against the wall and die. What's the situation in the ape clan continent like? Do they want to attack the Shengwu continent? Li Zongjiu did not expect that Wang Jing had actually been to the ape clan continent. This was really too surprising. The ape clan continent is not in chaos. They are very harmonious there. Why would they attack the Shengwu continent? The incident of the ape clan only happened in the Shengwu realm. However, when it was in the Shengwu realm, it was already settled by Li Zongjiu. Therefore, no one here knew about it at the moment. Could it be, Li Zongjiu guessed? Either Wang Jing went to a fake ape clan continent, or there was a problem in the ape clan continent itself. Generally, these were the two situations. If there was peace between the two clans, it would naturally be the best thing. No one wanted a life and death battle to suddenly happen. It would turn the world upside down. Do you know what this is? Li Zongjiu took out the hairs of the ape clan from before and showed it to Wang Jing. Originally, he planned to ask the Black Sea Overlord. However, Li Zongjiu thought about it. He had his own dignity. She had already said that she would come back when she was in the Sky Realm. If he went now, it would be as if he found an excuse to look for her. Therefore, Li Zongjiu held back. When Wang Jing took the hairs from Li Zongjiu's hand, he suddenly exclaimed, "Fuck, it's the hairs of the chaotic world demonic monkey." Chapter 1552. Some information about the Ape Clan continent. Li Zongjiu also learned about it from Wang Jing. After all, Wang Jing had also lived in the Ape Clan continent for 3 years, and during this period of time, he had lived quite comfortably. He did not expect Wang Jing to have such a miraculous encounter. It seemed that many people might have encountered something like a fortuitous encounter, but it still depended on one's own luck if one wanted to truly transform this fortuitous encounter into one's own strength. If one's own strength was not enough, how could one withstand such a fortuitous encounter? Even if one was given a chance, one would have wasted it in vain. The Ape Clan continent was basically divided into 3 camps. However, these 3 camps were also friendly and peaceful with each other. This was because the monkeys in these 3 camps were of different species, and the areas where they lived were also different. Therefore, there would usually be no conflicts and they were very harmonious with each other. However, there were many legends about the Ape Clan's continent. Among them, the most long-standing legend was about the 7 devil monkeys. It was said that the 7 devil monkeys had existed before. Needless to say about their strength. Basically, the ability of each devil monkey was to shroud the Ape Clan continent in darkness, feel the power of darkness, and rule the Ape Clan continent. No one knew what these devil monkeys were thinking in their minds. Wasn't it good to have food and drink? Why did they have to create so much trouble? However, basically, the entire Ape Clan continent would work hard to suppress these devil monkeys. The monkey hair in Li Zongjiu's hand. According to Wang Jing's judgment, it should be the hair of the cosmic chaotic world devil monkey. This directly meant that the legendary cosmic chaotic world devil monkey had appeared and was now causing trouble in the Ape Clan continent. Perhaps the Ape Clan continent had already been subverted by the cosmic chaotic world devil monkey. No, I have to go there quickly. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen to the Ape Clan continent. Wang Jing hurriedly drank the wine in the cup. You're going there alone? Don't you need my help? Li Zongjiu could not help but ask. What can you do with your skinny arms and legs? Wang Jing said. Lan Kuan, who was listening from the side, was also quite surprised. This was because Wang Jing's statement was simply unprecedented. In this world, there was actually someone who dared to speak to Li Zongjiu in such a manner. And Li Zongjiu's club also seemed to be very calm. He did not refute Wang Jing's words. If Li Zongjiu was not mistaken, the inheritance that Wang Jing had obtained should be one of the 7 chaotic devil monkeys. Even if it wasn't one of these 7, it definitely belonged to this level. Therefore, if they wanted to deal with the cosmic chaotic world demonic monkey, only Wang Jing could do it. Since Wang Jing said that there was no need, Li Zongjiu naturally would not insist. After being beaten up in the end, he would obediently come to ask for help. Wang Jing walked directly to an open space, and then he muttered some unknown incantations. Then, a force directly took Wang Jing away. His figure disappeared. Li Zongjiu was also observing during this process. He found that this should be similar to a portable formation. His body had the foundation of this formation, so after chanting the incantation, he could directly activate the formation and take people away. Qi Yanran also happened to come over with a plate of freshly cut fruit. But when she saw that Wang Jing was not here, she could not help but look around. Huh? Where's Wang Jing? He went to the Ape Clan continent. Li Zongjiu told Qi Yanran about Wang Jing. Is he okay alone? Qi Yanran could not help but worry. After all, the scene of fighting with the Ape Clan 5 years ago was still vivid in her mind. In the end, she only found out that after fighting for half a day, she only managed to kill a hair of the Ape Clan. Wasn't this quite a big blow to her? And now, it was difficult to estimate the strength of the Ape Clan. She only knew that there must be a stronger existence in the Ape Clan. It should be fine. Li Zongjiu shook his head and said. Wang Jing was also a mysterious person, but who didn't have their own secrets? This meeting and chat ended in a hurry. The White Deer Mansion continued to hunt down the devouring Yuan clan. Long Ji and the experts of the Sea God Palace also continued to pay attention to the situation of the Abyss clan. And just 2 months later, on the peaceful continent, a tombstone suddenly fell from the sky. With a boom, it landed in an ancient forest. This ancient forest did not belong to any of the 3 dynasties, because it was too far away. If they wanted to include it in their own territory, they would not be able to manage it. In addition, there were countless dangers and mysterious traps that devoured everything in this place. And no one had ever seen anyone bring out anything good from this place. Because of that, it was deemed to be an ominous place by others. Not many people paid attention to this place, but when this tombstone fell from the sky, then a huge tomb appeared in front of everyone's eyes. When exactly did it appear, no one could say. But when they found out, it was already a little too late. The monsters that came out of the tomb were all ferocious and extremely fast. The first to be affected was the Haiku dynasty. Immediately, the leader of the Haiku dynasty asked the White Deer Mansion for help in the shortest time possible. These terrifying tomb monsters carried an extremely strong aura of death. Wherever they passed, not even a blade of grass would survive. Furthermore, they had a very strong regenerative ability. Even if they were killed, they would be resurrected very quickly. This was the most frightening part. These monsters could actually resurrect endlessly. At the same time, these tomb monsters also had a special characteristic. They would only attack people who possessed Yuan Qi and whose Yuan Qi cultivation was above the Yuan monarch realm. It seemed that in the eyes of these monsters below the Yuan monarch realm, as long as you did not deliberately seek death, they would not pay much attention to you. Just from this tomb alone, who knew how many of these monsters came out every day? Suddenly, the Shengwu continent fell into the flames of war. The sudden crisis caught many people off guard. The news did not reach Li Zongjiu so quickly. After all, it was normal for problems to occur in the Shengwu continent from time to time. If everything was reported to Li Zongjiu, he would be very busy. However, Li Zongjiu felt it. In this distant and unknown forest, there seemed to be a pair of eyes watching him in the dark. This gaze even seemed to contain a kind of provocation and a kind of desire. It longed to devour him. How dare you? When Li Zongjiu felt this surge of power, he snorted coldly. He immediately traversed thousands of miles and sent his clone over. However, Li Zongjiu was not too impulsive. He would observe the situation first. Although Li Zongjiu's strength was very strong, he was not invincible. There were still many mysterious existences. Just these existences alone could not be provoked. He would definitely die if he touched them. At the border of the Haiku dynasty, there was a small town here. Originally, this small town also had a small city gate. However, it was now very dilapidated. Only countless rubble and ruins were piled up on the ground. There were many troops patrolling the border, and they were all sent here to help the civilians. Although the undead monsters from the mysterious tomb were very powerful, the weaker one was, the safer they would be. Li Zongjiu stepped into the small town. There were many soldiers walking around, taking inventory. There were also many mercenary teams. These mercenaries were specially recruited to deal with the undead monsters from the tomb and capture them for research. Only by finding the weaknesses of these monsters could they find a way to break them. Therefore, they naturally needed someone to do something. Although it was relatively safe for those below the Yuan monarch level, they would still be attacked if they took the initiative to attack. Chapter 1553. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the town. The crowd began to panic and ran towards the center of the town. Outside the town, an emergency bugle horn was blown. The soldiers who were still providing assistance in the city also quickly got into formation and rushed outside. Seeing this, Li Zongjiu quickened his pace. At the entrance of the town, a temporary fortification was set up. There were some tomb monsters in front of them. They seemed to be enraged. "Quick, bring the child in," a commander commanded from within the fortification. About 100 meters away there was a little girl. She seemed to have been separated from her parents and was standing in the same place, not knowing what to do. Not far away, the tomb monsters could be seen running towards them. Oh no, these tomb monsters are enraged. They kill anyone they see. The little girl won't be able to survive. After witnessing this scene, an experienced mercenary muttered to himself. It was too cruel. However, in the face of such a disaster, it was inevitable that something like this would happen. Usually, it was very common and unavoidable. Even the commanders in the army chose to give up. But at this moment, a figure was rapidly approaching the little girl. It took the latter 5 or 6 seconds to cover a distance of 100 meters. "That girl, what's going on? Why didn't you stop her?" When the old mercenary saw the people who rushed out, he cursed at his subordinates angrily. "We didn't expect the young miss to be so impulsive." These mercenary groups were hired at a high price to deal with the current situation. However, the young miss of the mercenary group was also quite compassionate. She couldn't bear to see people lose their lives in vain. "Damn it, rush out and set up traps. Delay them." Li Zongjiu saw that the young lady who rushed out had already caught the little girl. However, if they ran back, they would definitely be caught halfway. Then, the mercenaries in the fortification, who had been preparing for a long time, suddenly rushed out. This was obviously a risky move. But they all did the same. The two of them immediately threw out a few rolling traps in front of them. This rolling trap was also a very interesting thing. She heard that it was also designed by the White Deer Mansion's Design Institute. Furthermore, it was jointly launched with the 7 Stars Fire Room. Among these small rolling balls, there were also some traps that could be triggered. Once touched, a huge net would instantly open and trap a person or meta beast. Or, hundreds of steel needles would burst out in an instant, turning you into a hedgehog. Other than that, the rolling trap came in many different styles. Just as he threw it out, the two monsters had already charged forward. There were 7 or 8 of them. Only 3 of them fell into the trap. With a stomp of their feet, a net of poisonous thorns appeared and trapped the 3 tomb monsters. At the same time, the tomb monster fell to the ground. However, the other 4 leaped forward and continued to attack the mercenaries. This was Li Zongjiu's first time seeing these tomb monsters. At a glance, their skin color and overall color appeared to be gray. Moreover, their bodies emitted a rotting smell that caused one to feel nauseous. At the same time, they appeared as if they had not bathed for a very long time, as a thick layer of dust had accumulated on their bodies. They had a huge head, 4 hands and 2 legs. They looked like giant ants that stood up. There were no eyes on their faces, only 2 pores and a mouth. Their mouths were wide open. Their mouths were filled with sharp teeth. They were densely packed. Just by looking at them, one could already feel their sharp aura. If one was bitten, even if one's body was made of iron, it would still be bitten off. The remaining 4 rushed toward the mercenaries from the left and right, as if they were attacking from both sides. As for the oldest mercenary, he remained calm and composed. He held a huge sword with both hands. "Fight!" Boom! Boom! Immediately, these mercenaries released their elemental energy one after another. Yuan King Elite. If they did not use their Yuan King level Yuan Qi, they would not be able to hurt these 2 monsters. However, once you unleash the aura of a Yuan Monarch, these 2 monsters would chase after you. They were so close. Even if these 2 monsters reacted, it would be too late. After all, they were still smart. He raised his huge sword with both hands and slashed it forward. Suddenly, a terrifying sword aura slashed one of the 2 monsters to the ground. The latter rolled a few times on the ground, and a large wound appeared on its stomach. Countless internal organs mixed with liquid flowed out of the wound. Naturally, it was quite disgusting. Bang! 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 The remaining 3-2 monsters were quickly taken down as well. The mercenaries' cooperation could be said to be quite perfect. After the mercenaries killed the 2 monsters in front of them, they quickly wanted to retreat. Not good. However, just as they were retreating, a powerful aura had already locked onto them. Even among the 2 monsters, there were strong and weak ones. The 2 monsters that they had just killed were the most ordinary ones. Now, they had locked onto this one. Its strength was 10 times stronger than these monsters. You guys take little 9 and leave first. I'll hold that guy back, the old mercenary immediately said. He was quite decisive. If they did not stop this fellow, once this fellow charged into the small town behind them, it would definitely cause quite a lot of destruction. Who knew how many people would die a violent death? No, we have to leave together. However, the long-haired girl called Little 9 said stubbornly. How could she see her grandfather being killed by these 2 monsters? If they were to leave, they had to leave together. Go quickly, or it'll be too late. The old mercenary roared. At this moment, a figure quickly swept over from the sky. Oh no, it's a level 4-2 monster. This level 4-2 monster was at least an expert at the peak of the Yuan King level to be able to resist it. The mercenaries under him were also stunned on the spot. It was as if they were directly waiting for death to come. Swoosh! Just before the level 4-2 monster landed, the old mercenary vaguely saw a figure flash directly in front of his eyes. The opponent's speed was very fast. When he attacked, it was silent. The demeanor of an expert. An expert. There was an expert present. Bang! The 2 monster that jumped down directly turned into a pile of blood mist. Moreover, it automatically combusted. Just like that, it was burned cleanly. Li Zongjio's figure appeared in front of these mercenaries. Chapter 1554. The eyes of the mercenaries were full of shock. The most experience they had was dealing with level 3 monsters. The strength of these level 3 monsters was indeed very difficult to deal with, but they also had enough experience and confidence to kill them. But facing a level 4 monster, they didn't even dare to breathe. If they saw it from afar, they could only turn around immediately. Otherwise, they would only end up as the level 4 monster's food. Originally, this old mercenary, as the leader of this mercenary group, should have stepped forward bravely. He was prepared to sacrifice his own life to stop this monster in front of him. But unexpectedly, this young man, who had appeared out of nowhere, had actually killed this level 4 monster with a single slash of his sword. Who exactly was he? In addition to the shock in the old mercenary's heart, he was also thinking about the intention of the person in front of him. But at least the person in front of them wasn't here to take their lives. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to do anything. This was a very simple reason. Thank you, sir, for saving us, the old mercenary quickly said, expressing his gratitude to Li Zongjio in front of him. Are you familiar with these monsters? Li Zongjio raised his hand to indicate that there was no need to be so reserved. The girl, Xiaojiu, also handed the little girl to her parents who were looking for her. They were very grateful to Xiaojiu and the group of mercenaries in front of them for being able to recruit the little girl. These days, we have done a little analysis and have a preliminary understanding, the old mercenary said. His words weren't too full of himself. You are all mercenaries, right? Li Zongjio glanced at the dressing of the people in front of him. Their dressing was naturally very obvious. They were all mercenaries. The so-called mercenaries were people who worked for a commission. No matter what the job was, as long as the price was right, there would be mercenaries who would accept the task. Basically, they would exchange their lives for money. If it wasn't a very difficult task, it wouldn't be worthwhile to hire mercenaries to do these things. This time, this mercenary group came here because of money. But obviously, money wasn't so easy to earn. Just in the past few days, they had been in danger several times. Even just now, they almost died. That's right. We are the Zephyr mercenary group from Zephyr City of the Haiku dynasty. The old mercenary said. Being able to name a mercenary group after this city was enough to reflect the strength of this mercenary group. Very well, this is the deposit. Follow me to investigate the tombstone that fell from the sky. Li Zongjiu said and threw out a primordial stone. Supreme-grade origin stones were not that precious in the sacred martial realm. They could even be said to be very common. But in the holy martial continent, not to mention the best-grade primeval stones, for these mercenary groups, even high-grade primeval stones were more than enough. And this was the down payment. After the mission was completed, perhaps the reward would be quite generous. Just thinking about it made him excited. His subordinates were also staring at him with their eyes wide open. However, the old mercenary shook his head after hearing Li Zongjiu's words. Even if the supreme-grade primal stones in his hands were extremely tempting, all of them had to reluctantly reject him. They could risk their lives to carry out the mission. But they would not carry out these life-threatening missions. If they only searched around this town, then forget it. After all, although this mission was dangerous, at least it would not be so difficult after the withered leaves had been harvested. And these were all things that were possible. But now, he wanted them to go deep into the forest, the evil forest that existed in ancient times, to find this strange tombstone that had fallen from the sky. And it was said that there were many terrifying tomb monsters around this tombstone. No chance of survival. It was no longer a simple 9 out of 10 chance of survival. It was a real 10 out of 10 chance of survival. There was no possibility of survival at all. I'm sorry, sir. This mission is beyond our ability. We can't accept this mission. The old mercenary also said in a deep voice. Speaking of which, the one who could not bear to refuse the mission the most was, of course, the old mercenary himself. If he could get the supreme-grade origin stones, perhaps his brothers in this group could be saved. They would not have ended up like this. Until now, they were lying in this medical hall, waiting for treatment. If the medical fees were not enough, then it was very likely that they would lose their lives because of this. They could only wait for death in this medical hall. I'll go. Xiao Jiu suddenly snatched the supreme-grade origin stones and put them in his pocket. Sir, I'll take you there, but you have to give me 3 supreme-grade origin stones. Xiao Jiu said firmly. Nonsense. As a mercenary, if he accepted the mission, then he must complete it. And Xiao Jiu in front of him actually used such a method. It was obvious that he wanted to die in vain. If he accepted the mission. In the end, if he did not complete the mission, the consequences would be very serious. Sir, I'm very sorry. My daughter is not sensible. You should find someone else. Our mercenary group is only left with so many people. It is really difficult to complete the mission. You just need to take me to the tombstone's location. I will guarantee your safety. Li Zongjiu said with a smile. After the mission, I will give you 100 supreme-grade origin stones. 100. At this moment, everyone was boiling with excitement. Although they didn't say anything, their eyes were wide open. Even their breathing had become quite rapid. They couldn't wait for their boss to agree to it immediately. Leader. The old leader was also very tempted, but he was afraid that he would not be able to spend the money. Thinking that there were still brothers waiting in the city, the old leader gritted his teeth very straightforwardly. Okay, our fierce wind mercenary group will accept this mission. But according to the rules, you have to pay half of the deposit first. Li Zongjiu understood the latter's intention. No matter if it was 55 or 5,000. For Li Zongjiu, it was not a problem at all. Okay. Li Zongjiu threw out a storage bag. This storage bag contained 50 supreme-grade origin stones. Little girl, since you have accepted a supreme-grade origin stone from me, then you have to help me complete a mission. Go back to your home and wait. Also, don't be so willful in the future. You are not kind, you will kill everyone around you. Li Zongjiu said to Xiao Jiu. Li Zhongjiu was only a 15 or 16-year-old child. Although Li Zhongjiu had already experienced countless cruelties in the human world at this age, but Li Zhongjiu also liked to keep the beautiful things in this world. Chapter 1555. Even the leader of the Fierce Wind Mercenary Corps did not expect Li Zhongjiu to say such words and warn little Jiu. Moreover, he directly asked little Jiu to go home, which happened to coincide with his thoughts. Who exactly was this young man? Why was he so insightful? Moreover, he did not seem to care about these things. It was as if he was completely unafraid of some tricks in the world. Instead, he gave people a feeling that he was in the process of pursuing the essence of the world. Little Jiu was in a rebellious period, so he naturally did not listen to other people's words. However, for a master like Li Zhongjiu, his words seemed to be the truth. He was moved, but he did not have time to express it. The leader directly stuffed the supreme-grade primordial stones in his hand to little Jiu. Go to town and find Miss Feng. Ask her to bring you back to the city. Remember, don't expose these. You must not let anyone else know. The elder in front of little Jiu warned seriously. If these supreme-grade primordial stones followed them into the ancient evil forest, they might just stay there and never come out again. It was better to let little Jiu take the supreme-grade primordial stones away. At least it would be of some use. However, this was a huge sum of money after all. He needed to find someone he trusted to escort it. Although little Jiu was young, he had experienced many things in the mercenary corps. Therefore, under such circumstances, he was able to cope with his own situation. Little Jiu also understood the heavy burden on his shoulders. He nodded firmly. I'll wait for you in the city. After a series of instructions, he finally set off. Li Zhongjiu could, of course, rely on his powerful strength to directly rush into the forest. In front of the tombstone, he could investigate. However, Li Zhongjiu felt that the other party was a very smart person. Even within the forest, there was a force that was affecting his mental strength. It made it difficult for Li Zhongjiu's mental strength to search in such a range. If he were to forcefully search for it, he would undoubtedly trigger this power, and it might even discover his presence. Moreover, the enemy had deliberately set up such a trap in order to guard against experts like Li Zhongjiu. If they had come, they would have been able to make better preparations. This was a very intelligent person. He was using this tactic. That was why Li Zhongjiu thought that he had to find another way. He wanted to see what was going on inside. He was actually so smart. There were 9 people in the Fierce Wind mercenary group. Including Li Zhongjiu, there were 10 people. After receiving the money and accepting the task, they were quite dedicated to each other and showed their professional side. They formed a defensive formation to protect Li Zhongjiu. Even though Li Zhongjiu's display of strength was definitely far above theirs, Li Zhongjiu's. But for them, this was a mission. They could not say that they would not protect him if he was strong enough. They would let him fend for himself. That was that. Sir, although you are strong, there are a few points that I have to make clear to you. After entering this forest, if I tell you to stop, you must stop. If I tell you to go, you must go. We can't hesitate at all. Otherwise, we'll all lose our lives. Even if we all sacrifice ourselves, it will be difficult to save your life. Li Zhongjiu nodded in agreement. Since he had paid them to come, he had to respect what they said. And for Li Zhongjiu, this would save him a lot of trouble. It was a good opportunity to see how these people would act. This mercenary group was indeed very experienced. They could also detect and predict many dangers in the forest in advance. Then, he removed it directly. But the pace of progress was a little slow. Along the way, they could also see some rotting corpses. These were all people who wanted to go in to search for treasures. How could there be treasures in here? In the end, they all lost their lives. The old commander said in a deep voice. For this old commander, it was also a very regretful thing that happened in front of him. It was because it was a common occurrence that he felt regretful. if it were not for these people being too greedy. With their skills, they wouldn't have ended up like this if they had roamed the outside world for a while. The situation in front of them was all because a man's greed was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. After becoming mercenaries, they had seen too many people who lost their lives because of greed. The group of people also suppressed their cultivation. As long as they suppressed their own strength, there was basically no problem. Although the surrounding situation was extremely gloomy. Furthermore, it also revealed a deathly message. It made them feel as if they were gradually walking towards death. But fortunately, these people were also very experienced. At least, although the surrounding environment had some impact, it was not very big. They were still determined to complete the mission. There was a slight movement in front of them. The old commander immediately raised his hand and motioned for everyone to stop. They did not continue to walk forward. They looked around vigilantly. In the east, the other party also seemed to be moving quickly. Immediately, the fierce wind mercenary group also rushed forward quickly. Li Zhongjiu had already seen the situation on the other side. About 100 meters away, there was a similar group of people. Looking at their dressing, they were indeed mercenaries and were walking towards them. Sure enough, after a few seconds, the two sides finally met. Isn't this the Fierce Wind City's heroic mercenary group? I thought it was those two monsters. When the other party saw that it was also a human, they were also relieved. It was a false alarm. If they were facing some monsters, they would probably only be able to fight. But now that they were facing a human, they could at least say a few words. However, people's hearts were sinister. It was inevitable that the other party would make a move in such a situation. Who knew what sort of hidden hand might appear, causing them to harm each other? Especially when the other party was the infamous Blackwater mercenary group. This group of people in front of them specialized in assassinating their opponent. Their methods were quite sinister and vicious, and they were also very famous on the continent. And these people were also quite shrewd. Even in the end, they were completely innocent. There was no evidence to prove that it was done by these people in front of them. Even so, he still had to be careful. Yo, what kind of lineup is this? Old Commander, are you also here for the Soul Stone? Chapter 1556. Soul Stone. It was a product of these tomb monsters. Someone discovered that some special tomb monsters would carry different amounts of soul stones with them. However, these soul stones also had a function that almost made people crazy, and that was to improve mental strength. Anything that could be directly used to improve mental strength, even if the effect was minimal, was still very precious. One must know how difficult it was to cultivate mental strength. The number of spirit masters was extremely small. At the very beginning of Luoxia City, Xiaoye and the others were in the hunting group. Xiaoye herself was a natural spirit master, and Li Zhongjiu also helped Xiaoye. Now, Xiaoye and the others could be considered as the first batch of heroes who protected the Li family in Luoxia City. They directly enjoyed very good benefits in Luoxia City. However, the number of spirit masters was too small, except for those who had this talent. In addition, in the later stages of the spirit master's career, he would often experience mental breakdowns. If there was no correct way to control a powerful force, it would also lead to a real tragedy. However, this kind of thing was gradually decreasing now. Because of the emergence of the Tianzong Academy, there was also a special teaching and popularization in this area, so that these people could have the most basic life-saving ability. Then, you could hurry and go to the Tianzong Academy. After entering the school, you could naturally learn the correct way to master it. For those who had these special talents, the Tianzong Academy would also give special admission rights to those who had these special talents. There was no need to say much. The two groups of people met in the evil forest, and obviously they would not be kind easily. Even if these people of the Fierce Wind mercenary group did not intend to do anything to them. But in their eyes it was not certain. They could not trust people. The only thing they could trust was their own strength. We are not interested in the soul stones. We just want to complete a task. Blackwater, I don't think it's good for you to have a conflict in such a place. The old leader snorted coldly and immediately stared at the people in front of him. In the face of some fierce barbarians, you could not let yourself be in a weak position. Otherwise, the other party would think that you were afraid, and it would give them more opportunities to take advantage of. This was the most troublesome thing. Thus, they had to confront their opponents head-on. In a head-on confrontation, regardless of how powerful their opponents might be. When the leader of the other party heard the old regiment commander's words, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He actually dared to threaten them. However, what he said was also very true. If he were to make a move under such circumstances, indeed, it would be very troublesome. If a conflict occurred and a large number of tomb monsters were attracted, no one would be able to escape. Even though the Blackwater mercenary group had the advantage of numbers, the Blackwater mercenary group still had the advantage of numbers. However, these fierce wind mercenaries were all veterans who had experienced hundreds of battles. Their strength was not to be underestimated, especially when the surrounding environment was extremely uncertain. Both of us will retreat 100 meters and find another way, the leader of the Blackwater mercenary group said. All right. This was also a solution. This was a common practice. It was not necessarily a coincidence to find the other party after 100 meters. The main reason was that both sides were evenly matched. If one side was weaker, they might be directly devoured in this forest. It wasn't impossible. Li Zhongjiu did not interfere with the rules of these people. In the past, Li Zhongjiu had also encountered various situations and seen many small tricks in the Jianghu. Following the 9 people of the fierce wind mercenary group, their figures also quickly approached in another direction. After Li Zhongjiu and the others left, the people of the Blackwater mercenary group were not far away. They did not leave, and they were also looking at the direction Li Zhongjiu and the others left with a rather expectant look in their eyes. Don't you think it's a coincidence that the direction they are going is the place where a level 5 monster is entrenched? The leader of the Blackwater mercenary group laughed. The reason why he was watching here was to wait for these people to fight with that level 5 monster. Perhaps there would be a chance for them to hunt down this level 5 monster. There must be a soul stone on the body of a level 5 monster. Let these people exhaust themselves first, then they would pick up the scraps here. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame their bad luck for having to rush in here. It just so happened that they became a whetstone. There is a level 5 monster in front. It should be level 5. Li Zhongjiu sensed and said. With a little analysis, he could know the division of the power system. According to this level, it should be level 5. These people probably did not have the strength to come into contact with a level 6 monster or even a higher level monster. After all, if this tomb monster appeared, it would definitely start a massacre. No one could stop its sharpness. Those who had seen it probably would not be able to survive. What, a level 5 monster? Was there a mistake? The few people suddenly became nervous. After all, this was not a small matter. Level 5 monsters usually carry soul stones with them, and they don't leave the forest of evil easily. They usually stay near the tombstone. Since we have encountered a level 5 monster, it means that we are very close to the tomb. However, the old leader took out a wrinkled map. No, at the beginning, the location we got, the tombstone was at least about 20 miles away. How could it appear here? The old leader was very confused. In fact, this map was very precious. It was a map that several brothers in his group risked their lives to get. It was also because of this map that the fierce wind mercenary group suffered a heavy blow. If not for this map, they would not have accepted Li Zhongjiu's mission. Trying to find the location of the tomb in such a situation where one's eyes were blindfolded was basically a sure death. The only difference was whether they would die sooner or later. Leader, it's coming. A thin man who was in charge of the lookout hurriedly transmitted his voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge movement came from the front. They saw a black shadow rushing through the wind. Swoosh! Li Zongjio directly waved his hand in the direction of the black shadow and threw out a sword energy. Bang! A muffled sound came from the forest in the distance. After that, there was no movement. The deadly threat and power that they felt just now disappeared. The pressure suddenly disappeared. What's going on? The few people were very shocked. The man who was in charge of the lookout also quickly went forward. After checking for a while, he came back with a face full of shock. It's dead. A level 5 monster was killed in an instant. It was evenly split into 2 halves. Even the soul stone in its stomach fell out. It's dead. The old leader looked at Li Zongjio with a face full of shock. Although he knew that Li Zongjio was very powerful, there seemed to be no limit to how powerful he was. Sir, who are you? With such powerful strength and such a young age, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Chapter 1557. Everyone looked at Li Zongjio in disbelief. Killing a level 5 monster with a single strike, even the city lord of Gale City did not have such a cultivation base. Even his attack was very ordinary. Under this strike, there was not even the slightest ripple that spread to other places. It could be said that the control of the power itself was quite precise. It was definitely not something that could be done so easily. A level 5 tomb monster had to be at least an primitive emperor to be able to kill it. So who exactly was this Li Zongjio in front of him? It doesn't matter who I am, Li Zongjio said as he shook his head. He did not reveal his identity. Otherwise, he was afraid of scaring these people in front of him. If that was the case, it would not be good. At that time, there would be no one to lead the way. If he had to walk alone, he did not know how long it would take. However, to be able to take out so many primordial stones so casually, he can't be an ordinary person. The old captain immediately reacted. However, in comparison, the situation in front of them left a deeper impression. This is the soul stone in the monster's body. The sentinel put it in the monster's body? The soul stone was taken out. It was a kind of black stone. However, there was a small hole on the black stone. After Li Zongjio saw the soul stone, he knew that the stone itself had a certain degree of life. Such an evil thing. If this soul stone was absorbed by someone, although it could indeed increase one's mental strength in a short period of time, after a long period of time, it would be awakened. However, after a long period of time, the life form within the soul stone would definitely awaken. The situation after that was self-evident. Perhaps the life form would directly take over one's body. You would become its puppet. Why is there so much danger on this continent every day? Where did all these strange things come from? Li Zongjio himself was already a little tired of these things that kept appearing. Could it be that someone was causing trouble in the dark? Otherwise, why would there always be these things flying in and out? They would appear at the drop of a hat. Ever since Li Zongjio had become the peak existence of the Holy Martial Continent, Li Zongjio had become the Holy Martial Continent's top existence. After becoming an existence that could protect a part of the world, he discovered that there were too many things that wanted to rush to the Shengwu continent to cause trouble. Since this thing is evil, then give it to us. A sharp voice came from the forest. There was a trace of surprise and joy in his voice. Blackwater Mercenary Group. Li Zongjio had noticed these people a long time ago. He didn't even go far. He had been following behind them all this time. Now that these people from the Blackwater Mercenary Group had appeared, the Fierce Wind Mercenary Group had already started preparing for battle. The first encounter might have been due to luck. Everyone had sensed the same movement and headed in the same direction. The possibility of meeting each other in the end was very high. But now, the two groups of people had met again. They must be plotting something. Blackwater, you asked for it. The old commander and the others also simultaneously released their essence energy. Suddenly, a powerful thunderous aura swept through the entire forest. "You guys are crazy." Blackwater and the others saw the fierce wind mercenary group's people and directly released their essence energy. Using this method would definitely attract the tomb monsters nearby. If they were surrounded by these tomb monsters, then only death would await them. "Attack, let's end this quickly." Blackwater was also a ruthless person. The Blackwater mercenary group had a total of 22 people, double the number of the Fierce Wind mercenary group. Moreover, there was a weak-looking person on the other side. Therefore, these people were very bold. They directly attacked, wanting to take down the person in front of them. However, Li Zhongjiu made his move. Swish! A sword aura flashed past. It seemed that at this moment there was a resplendent movement. However, it was quickly extinguished. The sword aura seemed to have flashed some light and then disappeared. Before anyone could react, Li Zhongjiu sheathed his sword and stood there. Blackwater and the others then felt their bodies. It seemed that there was a strange situation. They lowered their heads to look. They actually found that their bodies had left them. Farther and farther away. Bang! Before they could think clearly, they were already dead. Their whole bodies were split into two halves. The rest of the team members were also in the same state. They had all been easily sliced in half. After landing, they were also in a very miserable state. The Fierce Wind mercenary group's people saw this scene and were all shocked in their hearts. This kind of thing. But they had never seen it before. Li Zhongjiu had killed all of his old rivals with a single slash of his sword? But the others also reacted. This was a person who directly killed a level 5 monster with one slash. How could they underestimate him? His strength was not simple. Seeing this, the others directly sighed in their hearts. Of all the people to offend, they had to offend this mysterious master. Li Zhongjiu reached out his hand and sucked the storage bag from Blackwater's waist into his hand. After opening it, he found 6 soul stones. You have already gotten 6 soul stones, but you still don't want to give up. Too greedy. The others also shook their heads one after another. Obviously, they felt that it was a pity for the latter's behavior. If they could take these out, they would definitely be rich. At least they would not have to die. These soul stones will backfire on the host. How many of them are out there now? Where are the soul stones? Li Zhongjiu asked. The soul stones themselves appeared here? It was also a very dangerous thing to do. How many? I can't count them. There are at least 500 of them. Now in the black market, 1 soul stone has already been sold at a high price. Can only be bought with at least 100 mid-grade primordial stones. And there is a demand for it, but there is no market. Many mercenary groups are also risking their lives to enter. These 2 monsters are also randomly moving between the forests. They are also specially looking for masters to carry out suicide attacks. The old leader said. In this case, it seems that there is indeed a problem because these 2 monsters specially look for powerful people to attack. It seems that they take the initiative to send their soul stones to the enemy. Another young man said. Everyone's hearts were instantly filled with shock. That was a possibility as well. Now that it was said, it seemed that there was a very high possibility that it was inside. Someone is coming again. This time, not only Li Zhongjiu, but also the people from the Fierce Wind mercenary group noticed it. Because the other party's movement was very big, and there were fluctuations of the battle here just now, it was very normal for them to sense the situation here and rush over quickly. Clatter. A group of soldiers in black armor appeared one after another. They surrounded Li Zhongjiu and the others. However, the leader was actually a woman, and Li Zhongjiu knew this woman. It's the Black Ghost Army. Everyone, don't act rashly. They are from the government. The old leader raised his hands and said. These Black Ghost Army were not to be trifled with. Once they started fighting, they would definitely be quite fierce. When these well-trained people fought, the situation would be completely different. Lord Evil. When Wan Yulan saw Li Zongjiu in front of her, she was also surprised. She took off her helmet and walked in front of Li Zongjiu. Miss Wan, long time no see. Li Zongjiu also greeted Wan Yulan. The daughter of the Haiku dynasty, Wan Yulan, Marquis Wan Yulan. In the current Haiku dynasty, she was the first of the 4 protectors of the country. Wan Yulan was able to sit in this position because of Li Zong's guidance. Li Zong was also a powerful spirit master. He was born with strong spirit power. Evil Lord? The people from the Fierce Wind mercenary group were shocked. They looked at Li Zongjiu in front of them in disbelief. They would never have thought that the person in front of them was the legendary Evil Lord. Evil Lord. The Haiku dynasty's gladiator arena was the place where the Evil Lord's name first spread. It was the place where the Evil Lord's name began to spread. Later on, those who had witnessed the battle of the Evil Lord felt that it was an incomparably great honor for them in this lifetime. Moreover, Evil Lord always killed his opponents with one move. Such a cool attitude. Sure enough, it was Evil Lord. We worship Evil Lord. Even Wan Yulan, General Wan, directly said that it was Evil Lord. Could it be that General Wan Yulan was mistaken? However, these people were obviously a little incoherent. They never thought that the person in front of them was actually the legendary figure. One must know that Xiao Jiu worshipped the Evil Lord, Li Zongjiu, the most. It was no wonder that Li Zongjiu had refused to reveal his identity. Now that he had said it out loud, it had really frightened them. Chapter 1558. Wan Yulan was also very curious about Li Zongjiu. She did not expect Li Zongjiu to come here quietly. Obviously, he had taken this matter to heart. Since this was the case, Wan Yulan was very grateful to Li Zongjiu. Are you also here for this soul stone? Li Zongjiu asked. Wan Yulan nodded. I found that there is something strange about this soul stone. Recently, there has been a case in the imperial capital. Wan Yulan glanced at the people of the Fierce Wind mercenary corps in front of her. Obviously, she was checking to see if these people were trustworthy. However, it was not a secret in itself. It was just that they found out about it earlier. It was just a little earlier. After a while, everyone would probably know about it. There has been a case where the soul stone backfired. In one night, the person who absorbed the power of the soul stone slaughtered his entire family. This was not a sensational story. It was something that had really happened, and such a thing had happened in the imperial capital. This was even more inconceivable. That was why Wan Yulan was sent to investigate this matter. After hearing Wan Yulan's story, the people of the Fierce Wind mercenary corps were very shocked. This kind of thing had really happened. Therefore, after Evil Lord Li Zongjiu took a look at the Soul Stone, he directly pointed out the problem with the Soul Stone. As expected of Evil Lord, he could tell at a glance. However, the pitiful ones were those who had been killed. It made people feel pity for him. Such a tragic thing had actually happened. It was indeed very painful and hard to believe. If they had stopped the spread of the Soul Stone earlier, they might have been able to prevent such a thing from happening. I didn't expect it to be like what Evil Lord said. Should we confiscate all the Soul Stones that we have found previously? The old commander could not help but interject. This matter could be said to be? It was very serious. Just one Soul Stone was enough to make a person's bestial nature erupt. And then the people around him? Everyone was killed. How could anyone endure such an extremely dangerous situation? Even the entire country would fall into panic, and there would definitely be chaos in the future. Before we came, the imperial court had already issued a ban. No trading of soul stones is allowed, and all soul stones must be handed over. Wan Yulan glanced at the old regiment commander and said, but obviously this didn't work. That's because many people don't really care about it. Even if it's in your hands? If these things were banned, it would only make these things more valuable. This was the most troublesome thing. You can deal with these matters yourselves. I need to find the location of this tombstone, Li Zongjiu said. When something like this happened, there would definitely be losses. Someone would have to pay the price for greed. If you were to cultivate in a down-to-earth manner, you wouldn't need to resort to such crooked methods. Naturally, such a problem wouldn't occur. These people were cultivating with the help of soul stones today. Sooner or later, they would die in the hands of some random things. There was nothing to be regretful about. In Li Zongjiu's eyes, the death of a few greedy people was not worth regretting. He even felt that it would be better for a few more people to die. Our mission is to seal off this forest area. At the same time, we'll try our best to control these soul stones in this evil forest. We can't let these soul stones spread outside, Wan Yulan said. In front of him, Wan Yulan had also led the black armored army to conduct a carpet search, and coincidentally found Li Zongjiu. Since they had met Li Zongjiu, this was a very rare opportunity. If they could join forces with Li Zongjiu, it would be a very good experience. Hence, Wan Yulan led the black armored army directly, and under the leadership of the Fierce Wind Mercenary Corps, they continued to search ahead. Their purpose was to help Li Zongjiu find the place where the tombstone fell from the sky. They did not expect to be protected by the black armored army. At this moment, the members of the Fierce Wind Mercenary Group felt a sense of security. At the same time, being able to move together with the evil dominator was a glorious thing that they could brag about for a long time after they returned. They could even brag about it for the rest of their lives. The surrounding vegetation is dark gray. It's the aura of death, and there are obvious signs of fragmentation. Lord Evil Lord, the tomb must be nearby. The few of them observed the surrounding terrain. Finally, they were sure. It was nearby, within a radius of 500 meters. When everyone went over a valley, they saw a place where there was a black aura lingering in front of them. In the valley, there was a trace of sinister aura. Even if it was just a slight glance, they already felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. It made them feel very uncomfortable. They even felt as if their souls were about to be absorbed. Looking at the scene in front of them, Li Zongjiu's eyes lit up. Right in the middle of the valley there was a tombstone. This tombstone did not look much different from an ordinary tombstone. Even its size was about the same. However, there were no words on this tombstone. A wordless tombstone. Not far from the tombstone, there was an entrance to the tomb. It was extremely dark in the tomb, and nothing could be seen. However, if one was an experienced forest hunter, he would be able to see that there seemed to be some figures in the surrounding soil. Obviously, as long as there was any aura near, it would definitely awaken these sleeping figures. Your mission is complete. You can leave now, Li Zongjiu said. He did not know what would happen next. Li Zongjiu was not these people's nanny. Most importantly, there was no need for these people to stay here. He immediately sent the Fierce Wind Mercenary Corps and the Black Armored Army away. Wan Yulan stayed. Wan Yulan's mental strength had already reached the peak of the primitive Emperor realm. One more step and she would reach the Supreme Being realm. In order to break through the Supreme Being realm, she still needed a certain amount of time and opportunity to succeed. Therefore, Wan Yulan was also waiting for such an opportunity. After everyone left, Li Zongjiu leaped and rushed toward the tombstone. The nameless tombstone seemed to have sensed something, and it actually moved quickly. With a swoosh, it hid in the dark tomb. At this moment, within a radius of 50 meters of the tombstone, a series of explosions instantly rang out. At the same time, dozens of figures emerged from the ground. All of them were tomb monsters. However, these tomb monsters seemed to have evolved more perfectly. They looked more like humans. At the same time, they had weapons in their hands. Some of them were swords and spears made of bones. This is the first time I've seen tomb monsters with weapons. These are at least level 7 and above. Wan Yulan could easily deal with these level 6 monsters. However, until now, she had not encountered any level 7 monsters. Clearly, the strength of these monsters was much stronger. Be careful. Chapter 1559. Apparently, the tombstone had deliberately set up a trap, waiting for Li Zongjio to jump into it. Therefore, when Li Zongjio landed, the monsters that were lying in ambush were all activated. Therefore, Li Zongjio's unparalleled sword did not stop moving. He waved it. Immediately, the unparalleled sword released a powerful sword chi, instantly killing all the monsters that were close to it. Bang! 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 These monsters were also easily cut in half. However, they quickly came back to life. Go Wushuang! Hu Wushuang jumped out of the unparalleled sword, and with a trace of fire, she rushed toward the monsters in front of her. In an instant, the fire lingered. She burned all the monsters in front of her. They turned into black ashes and fell to the ground. Then, Hu Wushuang also landed in front of Li Zongjio. There's something strange about these things. Even Hu Wushuang could feel the strangeness of these things. It was obvious that although these monsters had been blasted into powder, they were still alive. Suddenly, Li Zongjio saw that the powder on the ground seemed to turn over and become a living thing. Under such circumstances, it quickly rushed toward Li Zongjio. It was as if the black ashes had turned into a ball, approaching Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio blasted out a palm, and the powder was blown away. When the powder spread out from Li Zongjio's hand again, Li Zongjio had a bad feeling. Oh no! Immediately, he saw that the powder seemed to have grown eyes and wings. It gathered into a small ball, and quickly rushed toward Wan Yulan. He did not expect that the target of these things was not Li Zongjio, but Wan Yulan. Wan Yulan? He did not expect that these things were so smart. They did not go for the strongest Li Zongjio, but went for her, who was weaker. Spirit barrier. In fact, Wan Yulan was no ordinary person. Even in such a situation, she did not panic. She quickly released her own power and condensed her mental power into a force in front of her. This was an invisible barrier that nothing could penetrate. Don't use your mental power, Li Zongjio said, but it was already too late. When the powder came into contact with Wan Yulan's psychic energy, it was like fire coming into contact with gunpowder, instantly igniting. Instantly, Wan Yulan's spiritual power increased by tens of thousands of times. It formed an extremely strong spiritual storm. When the storm came, Yi Zichen's eyes widened. Li Zongjio also felt a strong pressure. The opponent's strength had obviously reached the Xiantian level in an instant. Boom! Li Zongjio was sent flying by the sudden surge of mental strength, and his body fell to the ground. Something that hadn't happened for a long time had actually happened. He was injured. The power that appeared in an instant just now also injured Li Zongjio. Cough, cough. Li Zongjio spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Now Li Zongjio's physique had changed. Even his blood had turned golden. With such a strong physique, he could withstand a stronger impact. Wan Yulan in front seemed to be entangled by countless sandstorms. She was reborn in this sandstorm. Boom! Wan Yulan could no longer be described as herself at this moment. The latter's eyes released a dark light. It seemed that all the power and mysteries were related to darkness. Suddenly, Wan Yulan's eyes shook. Suddenly, the aura within a radius of 10,000 miles shook. Boom! Like an extremely strong storm, it quickly rushed toward Li Zongjio. In an instant, she actually activated the power of heaven and earth within 10,000 miles. It was like an energy tide that belonged to the essence of heaven and earth. In an instant, it swept toward Li Zongjio and attacked. As for Li Zongjio himself, he was also rapidly using his own will. Forged into a solid wall. Boom! And just as Li Zongjio's will was formed, it was the tombstone hidden in the tomb. But suddenly, he rushed out. In the blink of an eye, it released a huge black light that was tens of thousands of feet long. Then, it suddenly fell towards Li Zongjio. Oh no! Boom! In an instant, Li Zhongjiu used all his strength to send out the unparalleled sword. Meanwhile, he himself was being suppressed by this nameless tombstone. And what was used was the power of Li Zhongjiu's will. Using Li Zhongjiu's will to suppress Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu had never seen such a powerful opponent. Who exactly was the opponent? In the unparalleled sword, Huo Wuxuang now had the strength of an absolute saint. Naturally, he could move freely, which was already very powerful. And after Huo Wuxuang was sent out, he understood that Li Zhongjiu was in a very dangerous situation. Li Zhongjiu was directly trapped by the opponent. The only person who could help Li Zhongjiu was Qi Yanran. But Qi Yanran's strength was only on par with Li Zhongjiu's. If he went to find Qi Yanran, it might not be effective. Black Sea. Huo Wuxuang immediately flew on his sword. He flew quickly in the direction of the dark area. Now, it seemed that only the Black Sea Lord could save Li Zhongjiu. It was Li Zhongjiu's first time being trapped by someone. The power in the surroundings all came from him. How could he break his defense with his own strength? This was impossible. The opponent was really smart. At this moment, Wan Yulan landed and looked at Li Zhongjiu with disdain. She raised her hand and piled up countless bones that belonged to the evil forest on Li Zhongjiu's body. In the end, it was directly made into a tomb. With the addition of this tombstone. Coincidentally, it was also a complete tomb. However, Li Zhongjiu could only be trapped and could not get out. Obviously, the opponent had used a powerful strength to directly take away Wan Yulan's will. It was obviously impossible for the opponent to take over his strength. So, he could only settle for the next best thing, which was to find Wan Yulan. In such a clear-headed situation, he directly poured his own strength into the opponent's body and sealed the opponent's will to take over the body. Even Li Zhongjiu could not do this. This meant that the opponent's strength was far above Li Zhongjiu's. However, the latter was obviously not in his best condition. If he was in his best condition, he would not have trapped Li Zhongjiu. He would have directly killed him. Even though Li Zhongjiu wasn't sure what was going on, he still felt a sense of crisis. Since that was the case, he decided to give the unparalleled sword away. At the very least, he had to have a backup plan. After all, Wuxuang did not seem to be of any use here. The opponent's strength was not something that Huo Wuxuang could compare to. He was trapped in front of an iron wall built by his own will. Li Zhongjiu was actually unable to retract his willpower. What kind of strange move was this? However, looking at Wan Yulan's last eyes, it was obvious that something was very wrong. This mysterious existence had probably taken over Wan Yulan's body and would soon sweep across the entire continent. With these strange tomb monsters, and the Soul Stone. Soul Stone? Li Zhongjiu thought of this Soul Stone. Although Li Zhongjiu only discovered a little when he first explored, he thought it was a strange method, so he did not delve into the use of this thing. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu also needed to understand this Soul Stone. What was the situation? Previously, Li Zhongjiu had indeed encountered some formidable opponents. However, in Li Zhongjiu's opinion, these opponents were nothing to be afraid of. However, this one was different. This person was very smart. This made Li Zhongjiu feel that it was quite troublesome. He was not afraid of the opponent being strong, but he was afraid of the opponent being smart. Li Zhongjiu even suspected that he had fallen into the other party's trap from the very beginning in order to trap him. Or rather, the opponent wanted to do something very inhumane to him. This made Li Zhongjiu directly worried. This guy was really quite powerful. If he wanted to destroy the entire Shengwu continent, Li Zhongjiu was not worried. With the existence of a powerhouse like the Black Sea Overlord, these people would not watch the Shengwu continent be destroyed. There must be a reason why the human race could survive on the Shengwu continent for so long. However, Li Zhongjiu was worried about Luoxia City. Therefore, he absolutely could not be trapped here for too long. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu also took out the Soul Stone. After looking at it, he did not find anything strange. Only by absorbing the power in this soul stone would he be able to. However, according to the example that Wan Yulan mentioned before, those who absorbed the power of the soul stone were all controlled in the end, and their murderous nature was even triggered. However, Li Zongjiu was quite confident in his strength. Immediately, Li Zongjiu also began to absorb the power in this soul stone. Now, although Li Zongjiu could not leave, it was also impossible for the opponent to enter. First, they had to break Li Zongjiu's willpower defense. Li Zongjiu was confident. It was not an easy task to break through his innate level 5 defense. According to the previous situation, the opponent's strength was only at the innate level 7. Chapter 1560. Gale City. Qi Yanran landed on the ground. For half a month, there was no news about Li Zongjiu. For Qi Yanran, this was a very unusual thing. For this reason, Qi Yanran specially went to the sacred martial realm. However, there was no sign of Li Zongjiu in the sacred martial realm. Qi Yanran immediately realized that something was wrong. Therefore, she used the White Deer Mansion's intelligence network. She collected all the information about Li Zongjiu. Although Evil Lord was invincible, the White Deer Mansion was an intelligence agency. Therefore, they only collected information, regardless of whether you were invincible or not. Therefore, the final news appeared in Gale City. Half a month ago, Evil Lord's name appeared in Gale City. It was said that Li Zongjiu and a mercenary group entered the evil forest together. They also encountered the Black Ghost Army. Recently, there were also tragedies related to the Soul Stones in the Haiku dynasty. Therefore, the imperial court of the Haiku dynasty quickly integrated their forces and completely blocked the Soul Stones. After obtaining them, they sent them directly to the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild. Under the refining of the true fire of dozens of alchemists, the Soul Stones were destroyed. Were the materials of these Soul Stones also incomparable? They were very strong. These high-level alchemists also needed to constantly concentrate their strength. It would take them several days to refine a Soul Stone. To be able to effectively control the Soul Stone within half a month was a very difficult task for the Heichu dynasty. But at the same time, it was also a very difficult task. One could imagine how much resistance they would encounter in the process. However, the Heichu dynasty also relied on their strong courage to deal with this matter. But now, there were a lot of hidden dangers everywhere. Therefore, more time was needed. Gale City had also become a key city under supervision. One had to know that Gale City was the closest city to the Forest of Evil. If a Soul Stone were to appear, it would appear there first. Today, the City Lord of Gale City had received an order early in the morning. There was an important person coming, and he must receive this person well. Otherwise, not only would he lose his position as City Lord, but he might also lose his head. Therefore, early in the morning, Jin Wuji, the castellan who held the power of life and death in Gale City, had been waiting there. Above the sky, a beautiful figure descended. When Jin Wuji saw this person, he was shocked. Although he had already mentally prepared himself, he was still completely shocked when he saw the person in front of him. He had never imagined that it would actually be this person. My lord, Gale City's City Lord, Jin Wuji, awaits your arrival. Jin Wuji knelt down. He had been lucky enough to meet Qi Yanran before. That was during the meeting between the three dynasties. However, at that time, Jin Wuji was just a follower of the Haiku dynasty. He could not participate in the meeting. He was only able to survive because of Qi Yanran and Li Zongjiu. Recently, Jin Wuji's performance had been outstanding. Therefore, he was temporarily transferred to Gale City to carry out the ruthless means. The matter of preventing the Soul Stone was extremely serious. It must be done by someone who was tough enough. If it was too soft, there would be no way. Therefore, Jin Wuji was transferred here. He did not expect that he could meet such a high and mighty person like Qi Yanran here. You are the City Lord here. I want to see all the members of the Gale mercenary group, Qi Yanran said. Before coming, the White Deer Mansion was only visited by the imperial court of the Haiku dynasty. But Qi Yanran came faster. It was estimated that this guy had just received the order, and he had already arrived. I'll go and gather them. My lord, please come with me to the hall to rest for a while. Qi Yanran nodded. Was Li Zongjiu in danger? Qi Yanran was not worried about Li Zongjiu's life. However, maybe Li Zongjiu was in danger now and needed someone to help him to ensure his safety. She needed to get out of danger as soon as possible. Although she was anxious, she had to stay calm at this critical moment. Jin Wuji immediately sent people to gather the members of the Gale mercenary group. They happened to be in the city now. After all, the masters of this mercenary group were all experienced in hunting monsters in the tomb. If they went out, they might get the Soul Stone. Then, if they went a long way and deliberately bypassed Gale City, it would be difficult to stop them. Therefore, Jin Wuji specially ordered people to keep these people in the city. It happened that these people of the Gale mercenary group had received a huge sum of money. Now they did not need to take risks at all. As long as they made good use of the money, they could live a comfortable life. Soon, the members of the Gale mercenary group were summoned. They were all brought to the governor's mansion. Jin Wuji told Qi Yanran that they were all here. Qi Yanran immediately got up and went. She came to these people. I want to talk to them alone. Qi Yanran sent Jin Wuji away? The news about Li Zongjiu was more or less a secret in Jianghu. How could these ordinary people know about it? After all, it would be inconvenient. There were 25 people in the Gale mercenary group. Previously, 15 of them were recuperating in Chen Yu's mansion. Now that they had money, all their illnesses and injuries were directly treated. After that, the Gale mercenary group had been discussing how to use this huge sum of money. Fortunately, in the face of this huge sum of money, everyone kept calm. Moreover, the money was distributed equally. It was mainly because they had gone through many life and death situations together. As for whether it was money or not, there was really no need to worry about it. It was already quite difficult to find such a group of people who valued friendship so much. Now that they were suddenly summoned by the governor of Gale City, and their attitude was unusually firm, it showed that this matter was not simple. Everyone was not clear about the situation. However, they heard from the people who came that a big shot wanted to see them. Therefore, he summoned them here. Immediately, everyone was waiting anxiously. Qi Yanran walked in. She appeared in front of the members of the Gale mercenary group. You are. When the old commander saw Qi Yanran, he was stunned. His eyes were full of shock and his heart was shocked. He even thought that he was old and dizzy. Master Qi. Qi Yanran did not have a famous nickname. She was not as Chunibyu as Li Zongjiu. Even because of Li Zongjiu, Qi Yanran rarely showed up. But she was very well known in Jianghu. Those who knew Li Zongjiu must know Qi Yanran. In this world, how many people had not heard of Li Zongjiu's name? Chapter 1561. Therefore, when everyone in Gale City saw Qi Yanran, they were obviously shocked. After all, they had just met Evil Lord some time ago. And now, they were summoned by Evil Lord's wife again. What kind of luck did their mercenary group have? Let me ask you, what happened between Li Zongjiu and you in the Evil Forest? You have to answer truthfully, not a word wrong. Qi Yanran said. Now there were too many versions outside, and it was strange. After all, in this kind of retelling, there were often people who exaggerated. When the old regiment commander heard Qi Yanran's words, he knew that something must have happened. That was why she asked this question. Immediately, the old commander did not dare to have the slightest hesitation and told her everything he knew. From the moment they met Evil Lord to the time they parted. Qi Yanran also listened carefully. The old commander also knew how to behave appropriately. For such an expert, any exaggeration could be seen through at a glance. Now that he had spoken about this matter, he had no choice but to do so. Then, of course, it had to be carried out exactly as it was. Wan Yulan? In other words, in the end, only Wan Yulan and Li Zongjiu were together, and you have also met the mysterious tombstone? Qi Yanran said. Yes, we were all there, and every word is accurate. The old commander hurriedly said. Sir, can you lead the way again? Qi Yanran said. Obviously, Li Zongjiu's disappearance must have something to do with this tombstone. Then, as long as they found this mysterious tombstone, they would definitely be able to find the relationship with Li Zongjiu. As for Wan Yulan, she was also missing. They also received the news a few days ago. Wan Yulan also disappeared. Until now, she had not returned. However, the Marquis of Wan Yulan's residence did not use their connections to search for Wan Yulan. Even now, the Black Nether Army was still in the small town, waiting for Wan Yulan's return. Perhaps in the eyes of the Black Nether Army, it was absolutely safe for the general to stay with Li Zongjiu. If Li Zongjiu wanted to hurt Wan Yulan, Li Zongjiu would not be able to stop him. In that case, no one in the world would be able to resist it. If Li Zongjiu couldn't protect Wan Yulan, then who else in the world could protect Wan Yulan? Therefore, the Black Nether Army was also very comfortable as they camped in this small town. They ate and drank well, trained normally, and received some information. This guard lasted for half a month. I'm willing to serve you, sir, the old regiment commander said. Since Qi Yanran had spoken, how could he refuse? If he refused, it would definitely not do him any good. When such a person spoke, there would not even be a chance to refuse. After all, the consequences of refusing such a person like Qi Yanran were not something they could bear. Even if Qi Yanran did not care about it, there would definitely be someone who would come to clean up such a situation. Therefore, the old regiment commander agreed very straightforwardly. We'll go too. The people of the Fierce Wind Mercenary Corps also said one after another. Although going again would put them in danger. However, they couldn't just stand by and watch their old regiment commander take the risk alone. You guys stay in the city. Your regiment commander will be back soon. Qi Yanran pressed one hand on the old regiment commander's shoulder. Then, the two figures directly disappeared from where they stood. The people of the Fierce Wind Mercenary Corps were stunned. They looked around and did not even open the doors and windows. They disappeared into thin air just like that. Is this the legendary teleportation? What a powerful ability! What kind of cultivation does one have to be able to do this? Obviously, these people of the Fierce Wind Mercenary Corps. They were also stunned by the strength shown by Qi Yanran. In fact, Qi Yanran's strength had always been a mystery in Jianghu. After all, Li Zongjiu would take care of everything, not to mention this kind of thing, Li Zongjiu would take care of it. Naturally, Qi Yanran did not need to do anything. But she was able to become Evil Lord's woman. How could her strength be ordinary? When the old regiment commander saw the things around him again, he had already arrived outside the evil forest. He was immediately shocked. So fast. Fierce Wind City was at least 100 miles away from the evil forest. The distance was 180 miles, but in the blink of an eye, they had already arrived. This was probably the origin of the phrase, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. The old regiment commander also took Qi Yanran and walked quickly into the evil forest. The old commander himself could also see that Qi Yanran seemed to be very anxious, but he was a lowly person and did not dare to ask too much. Go straight, don't take a detour. Qi Yanran felt that there seemed to be a mental strength in the sky above the evil forest, disturbing the mental strength. So Qi Yanran could not use her mental strength in such a place. If the influence was deep enough, it might also have a great impact on her mental strength, which was not worth the loss. Okay. The old regiment commander did not hesitate. He directly took Qi Yanran in the direction of the mysterious tombstone. Along the way, some tomb monsters and the like appeared. They did not even have time to meet Qi Yanran and were directly killed by Qi Yanran. The old regiment commander's heart trembled when he saw this. Sure enough, this was the reason why he could not offend a woman. She did not even blink when she attacked. She directly shattered them. Even their soul stones had been shattered by the impact. The movement was loud. Wan Yulan, who was cultivating in the tomb, also opened her eyes at this moment. At this moment, Wan Yulan's appearance was gradually changing. It could be seen that Wan Yulan's hair had directly turned white. If you want to play, then I'll play with you. Wan Yulan bent her finger and flicked. Suddenly, this force seemed to split the space in front of her. Immediately, countless figures rushed out from this crack. Boom! 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 These two monsters were also crazily surging. Their movements were fast and their attacks were sharp. They were powerful. Qi Yanran and the old regiment commander saw that the ground in front of them was shaking rapidly. Stop, Qi Yanran said. The old regiment commander also looked at the situation in front of him following this fluctuation. In front of them, an overwhelming number of tomb monsters appeared. And they were different from the tomb monsters they had seen before. These tomb monsters were also holding a tombstone in their hand. I have never seen such a level of monster before. Level 10 monsters. The old regiment commander exclaimed. The scene in front of them was spectacular. Seeing this, the level 10 monsters rushed out one after another. This was for the old regiment commander. Even if there was only one of them, it was enough to destroy a dynasty. The monsters raised the tombstones in their hands and smashed them in the direction of Qi Yanran. Obviously, they were here to kill the two of them. Boom! Boom! A strong force attacked. Qi Yanran waved her hand and defeated the opponent with the desolate heaven essence. Chapter 1562. Countless tombstones were smashed into pieces. But at the same time, these smashed tombstones turned into extremely sharp and powerful hidden weapons. They instantly rushed toward the two of them. Qi Yanran waved her hand. A wave of yuan power wrapped these flying stones and sent them back to where they came from. Whoosh! These level 10 monsters were hit one after another. Even their bodies were on the verge of collapsing in an instant. Bang! They instantly rolled to the ground. But soon, these level 10 monsters got up again. Divine light! Qi Yanran flicked her finger. Suddenly, a ray of light was released. These level 10 monsters that could destroy the world were killed on the ground. After falling to the ground, they couldn't be resurrected. Obviously, they were completely killed by the 5-colored divine light. But there were too many of them. Soon, they rushed in front of them. For Qi Yanran, this scene was also an extremely difficult choice. It was obvious that Li Zongjiu had been trapped by the other party. If she continued to move forward, she would definitely be able to find Li Zongjiu. But those people outside the forest would also suffer. Many of the level 10 monsters had completely overtaken Qi Yanran. Their target was not Qi Yanran, but the outside world they rushed out and wantonly destroyed. That was their true goal. Many monsters also rushed toward Qi Yanran. But the monsters near Qi Yanran were also smashed by the desolate heaven essence. But in the process they had to protect the old people around them. Because of this, they slowed down Qi Yanran. Damn it! Qi Yanran's eyes were filled with anger. Suddenly, a wave of air burst out, killing all the level 10 monsters within 100 meters. These level 10 monsters were basically at the Supreme Master level. There were mid-stage Supreme Master and late-stage Supreme Master. There were even existences equivalent to the Supreme Master level. But these monsters were also killed by Qi Yanran. After releasing this move, Qi Yanran directly took the old commander with her. Her figure directly rose into the air and rushed out of the evil forest. He placed the old commander in a small town by the border. It wasn't until the old leader of the Fierce Wind Mercenary Corps steadied himself that he was deeply shocked. Even the shock he felt just now was still lingering in his mind for a long time. It had never died out. When he reappeared, the old commander instantly woke up. His entire body quivered. What kind of scene had he just witnessed with his own eyes? Although he didn't have the chance to make a move, even if he did, it wouldn't hurt at all. However, just looking at it with his own eyes was enough to make his blood boil. In front of Qi Yanran, those level 10 monsters were like dough that could be kneaded. He easily smashed these powerful level 10 monsters into smithereens. When I got back to the town, looking at the evil forest in the distance, it was as if there was a dark cloud that was forcefully covering over, as if it was going to devour everything. His aura could swallow mountains and rivers. The Black Nether army that was stationed in the small town discovered this situation. Without any hesitation, they began to organize themselves. Furthermore, they had also set up a defensive line. They were soldiers. Although this small town was poor and remote, it was still their country. As long as they were within the boundaries of this country, as soldiers, they had an absolute obligation to protect. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to this set of armor. Quickly set up a defensive line. The rest of you, assist the people in evacuating. Just by looking at the surging power on the other side, one could tell that it was definitely not simple. From afar, they could also sense the suffocating aura. Any human being would be terrified to the extreme. By the time they could see clearly, they realized that these monsters were also unprecedentedly powerful. Their auras shocked them. Everyone also felt that it was as if the end of the world had arrived. Immediately, everyone began to flee frantically. They wanted to completely escape from this place. However, the Black Nether army was under such a strong threat of death. They continued to stand guard. However, in everyone's mind, there was only one thought. That was the end. They had never expected such a ferocious force to attack. It was as if it could destroy heaven and earth. It was hard to believe, and they even felt despair. Black Nether army, listen up. Behind us is our home. In front of us are man-eating monsters. If we retreat, these monsters will destroy our home and eat our family. What should we do? The leader of the Black Nether army roared. His aura was boiling. His blood was boiling? Kill. The 2,000 Black Nether army roared in unison. Their momentum was vast, like a sharp sword, almost directly unfolding the aura of the people in front of them. However, the other party's aura was vast. Although the Black Nether army had tried their best, it was difficult for them to contend against it. In the face of absolute power, it was not useful to muster up courage. Some ordinary soldiers and civilians were also infected. Under such power, no one would be able to escape. Let's kill. The leader of the Black Nether army roared. Old Commander Lai Feng also looked at the Black Nether army in front of him, ready to die. He saw that those monsters were already less than 1,000 meters away. He looked at Qi Yanran beside him. He did not know when she had disappeared. As for Qi Yanran, the monsters were less than 300 meters away. The Black Nether army also kept clenching the weapons in their hand. Get ready. The leader of the Black Nether army roared. Less than 100 meters. They could already feel that the other party's aura was close at hand. Tens of thousands of them. Level 10 monsters. They all came to kill. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Whoosh. Just as they were about to collide. Suddenly, there was a divine light. It fell from the sky. When this light fell, everyone also felt that this light was like the sun, dazzling and crazy. Boom. The 5-colored divine light fell in the center of these two monsters. Then, like a lotus, it instantly bloomed in all directions. Boom! A powerful force swept out. This seemingly boiling power instantly pierced through the two monsters. When the power of light swept past their bodies, they were incinerated. Qi Yanran's move. Kill. 100,000 Supremes. And just after Qi Yanran used this move, from the evil forest, there seemed to be a force that suddenly attacked. Qi Yanran's move almost exhausted her origin energy. But she did not expect. The other party actually attacked again. The person behind the scenes. Although they were separated by dozens of miles, Qi Yanran still saw a figure appear there. "It's you." The other party's power was almost about to capture Qi Yanran. But at this moment, a green light surged from Qi Yanran's body. It instantly exploded, turned into a sharp sword, and suddenly slashed forward. Chapter 1563. Such a heroic scene caused the Black Nether Army to look at it with complete respect. The battle situation in front of them was simply shocking. What's going on? It's so spectacular. Originally, the Black Nether Army was ready to fight to the death. However, the sudden appearance of this person saved them. If this figure had not appeared in time, they would have been reduced to a pile of ruins, a pile of ashes. "It's Lord Qi, Qi Yanran, Lord Qi." The old commander quickly stood up and said. He was very clear about the situation in front of him. Only Qi Yanran had such strength. It was really shocking. Originally, Qi Yanran could have walked into the depths of the forest and found the mysterious tomb. However, she resolutely retreated in order to protect the people. Now, Qi Yanran seemed to have met an extremely difficult opponent. Under Qi Yanran's strong attack, the opponent seemed to be unharmed. He even directly mobilized the momentum of the entire evil forest to fight against Qi Yanran. Everyone in the small town also widened their eyes and stared at the unprecedented battle in front of them. The intensity of the battle was also beyond their imagination. Between heaven and earth, the layers of space itself also became blurry. He could even see the space in front of him forming waves after wave. It was a sign that spatial ripples were about to form. Once the space ripples were formed, the town would be turned into ashes in an instant. It would disappear completely. Wherever the space was, it would be directly crushed by the power of space. It was not something that could be resisted by human strength. The town was also very dangerous. Even with Qi Yanran's help, the opponent's power fluctuation was strange. It was difficult for Qi Yanran to succeed. Boom! A strong black power suddenly burst out from the evil forest. It sent Qi Yanran's green bird sword flying. The green bird sword suddenly turned into a lotus platform and directly appeared under Qi Yanran's feet. Although the opponent looked like Wan Yulan. But Qi Yanran also knew that it was impossible for Wan Yulan to have such powerful strength. Something must have happened, which was why such a situation had occurred. However, since the other party had taken control of Wan Yulan, it meant that Li Zongjiu was also in danger now. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu wouldn't leave him in the lurch. Although the other party's moves were strange, Qi Yanran could barely cope with it. However, Qi Yanran herself could not guarantee what kind of moves the other party was hiding. Looking at the city behind him, it was already on the verge of collapse. Qi Yanran also could not let these people die because of the aftermath of this battle. Boom! Qi Yanran suddenly leaped and turned into thousands of clones. His own will had descended. Suddenly, a giant peacock appeared. When the peacock appeared, its body was surrounded by a ray of light. This ray of light was radiant with 5 different colors. When the peacock appeared, immediately, a surge of energy was released. Such a commotion. It almost shattered the space in front of him. This power, which could almost shatter the space, rushed directly toward Wan Yulan in the evil forest. You can imitate the 5-colored divine light of the peacock ancestor so well. It's a pity that the power of this primordial spirit is slightly weaker. Otherwise, I would have been hurt by you. Su Yuran spoke, although the voice was still a familiar one. However, from the tone of this voice, it sounded like a complete stranger. It could even be said that she did not know this person at all. Possession and rebirth? A trace of surprise flashed in Qi Yanran's eyes. When thinking of this, Qi Yanran's heart was also quite shocked. This was only heard of in legends, and it also came from her own inherited memory. That was the green bird platform in her hand. She did not expect that such a thing would actually happen in front of her. Was it possible to possess someone and be reborn? At least this will was at the level of innate level 9. In other words, The person in front of her was actually at innate level 9. This also made Qi Yanran extremely shocked. She did not expect to meet such a strong person. You're not bad to know about possession and rebirth, but it's a pity that your primordial spirit is a great supplement for me. Immediately, Wan Yulan's eyes suddenly became abnormally fierce. At the same time, Qi Yanran felt that there were actually 4 tombstones around her, which were rapidly colliding with her body. If she was trapped in it, it would be difficult for her to escape. Therefore, Qi Yanran herself quickly escaped from it. Earth incantation. Poison. What Wan Yulan used was an extremely profound way of setting up a formation. It directly exploded beside Qi Yanran. The moment it appeared, Qi Yanran also felt a strong dizziness. This dizziness was not a kind of poison to her body. It came from her own will. The opponent's move could actually affect the power of her will. Not good. She felt that the opponent's formation was getting stronger and stronger, and she could not get rid of this formation. She could not get rid of this power. If the stalemate continued, it would definitely cause irreparable damage to Qi Yanran's body. Even her own life would be completely left here. Whoosh! Just when Qi Yanran was unable to get away, suddenly a stick fell from the sky. When the stick spun and leaped over, it attracted Wan Yulan's attention. The stick also instantly enlarged and directly smashed toward Wan Yulan. Under this threat, Wan Yulan could not help but raise one hand in front of her to block the stick. Only then did she block the stick. Boom! This power actually forced Wan Yulan to retreat. What? Wan Yulan was also very surprised. Originally, she wanted to use this powerful force to directly take down the person who came, but considering the limit of her body, she could not continue. In the end, she held back. Go! A voice sounded in Qi Yanran's ears. It sounded a little familiar, but now was not the time to recognize the person. The situation was urgent, and there was no room for any delay. Immediately, Qi Yanran directly turned the blue bird platform into a pair of wings and appeared behind her. At the same time, she directly took her body and quickly escaped from this spell. Boom! Immediately, Qi Yanran also quickly disappeared into the sky. Wan Yulan did not chase after her. Instead, she glanced at the place where she had blocked the stick. The stick was actually in her hand. It left a mark. Great Void Spell? Chapter 1564. Wan Yulan watched Qi Yanran leave. Qi Yanran ran away and wanted to chase after her. After all, Qi Yanran's divine sense was a great supplement for her. Wan Yulan's body could not hold on for many days, and then she would return to her original form. Therefore, the best way was to improve her strength and restore more power. After that, she would seize Li Zongjiu's body. Then she would be able to achieve a complete resurrection. However, the other party escaped. She almost succeeded. The strength of the person who attacked was not weak. If she forced herself to leave the evil forest and fight against 2 people, she would be in a disadvantageous position. I'll let you live for a few more days. When my formation is completed, I will naturally be able to refine this boy. Wan Yulan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Killing these ordinary people. For the soul in Wan Yulan's body, there wasn't the slightest bit of benefit, nor was there the slightest bit of use. In the beginning, she only wanted to attract some experts and attract them over. Now, she finally met experts of this level and realm. Therefore, she only needed to take 1 or 2 suitable ones. Qi Yanran was also suitable. Li Zongjiu's body was naturally better. Li Zongjiu was trapped in his own will seal at the moment. He had not given up. If he wanted to get out, he had to break through his own will. However, the best way was to break through his own realm. Although the evil dragon's eye was effective, it was only used for daily training and did not have other effective effects. At the critical moment, it was obviously a little difficult to rely on it to break through. Therefore, Li Zongjiu took out the chaos spell. There are a total of 3 strands of chaotic power in this chaos spell. I only absorbed one strand at the beginning. Now is the time. The chaotic power that he absorbed at the beginning completely changed Li Zhongjiu's physique. In other words, it directly activated Li Zhongjiu's body. This allowed Li Zhongjiu's body to possess even greater power. Now, it was time for him to absorb the remaining chaotic energy. At that time, he would refine it together with the chaos bell. It could be considered a perfect refinement of the chaos bell. In this way, the power of the chaos bell could be fully displayed without reservation. Although Li Zhongjiu's realm and inheritance might be somewhat insufficient, it could be seen that the chaos bell in his hand and the blue bird platform were treasures of the same level. Treasures of such a level. Of course, Li Zhongjiu had to go through a better refinement before he could grasp the power within. Li Zhongjiu's mind. Enter the world chaos bell's world. Currently, there were still many dragons in the primordial bell. These were all captured by Li Zhongjiu last time. Li Zhongjiu's figure hovered above the primordial bell. Boundless primal chaos energy came from all around. It crazily poured into Li Zhongjiu's body. These were the remaining two chaotic power. They were all summoned by Li Zhongjiu and absorbed directly. Endless Sea Region. Hu Wushuang was flying above the Endless Sea Region on the unparalleled sword. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he could cross hundreds of miles. However, the Black Sea Region did not appear. Either he was going in the wrong direction. Otherwise, ordinary people would not be able to find it in this Black Sea. Why can't I find it? In Hu Wushuang's eyes, all he could see was a boundless ocean. No matter how he looked, he couldn't find the right direction. Is it because I'm just a spiritual body? Some places were set up with restrictions. If you don't have someone to guide you, then it's absolutely impossible to enter, unless you're strong enough to break the restriction. Then you can try to rush in. But obviously, Hu Wushuang did not have that kind of strength. Hu Wushuang had no choice. To think that it was actually a head that plunged into the deep sea with the unparalleled sword. Boom! The unparalleled sword rushed in and looked for a way. Then, Hu Wushuang integrated his power into the sea. He wanted to use this method to summon the Black Sea Overlord. Above the sea, one could see that the crimson flame was spreading continuously. The chances of that happening were extremely slim. In fact, it was even possible for him to exhaust all of his strength. But Hu Wushuang had no other way. He could only release his power and use this method to attract the Black Sea Overlord's attention. Hu Wushuang's power spread crazily above the Endless Sea Region for 7 days. The area covered by the sea was more than 1,000,000 miles. But the power of the unparalleled sword was limited. Especially now that he had left Li Zhongjiu. At the same time, he was in such a place and in the deep sea. 7 days was the limit for the unparalleled sword. But during this process there was no response at all. 7 or 8 days later. On the unparalleled sword. Gradually, the power of frost began to condense. It was freezing the unparalleled sword. The bottom of the sea was an extremely cold place. Hu Wushuang stood on the surface of the sea and used his last bit of strength to look in the direction of Li Zhongjiu. He didn't say anything. The last bit of power disappeared. Then, Hu Wushuang's figure gradually faded. In the end, he disappeared. The last ray of light on the unparalleled sword disappeared. The ice power covered it. It was forever sealed at the bottom of the sea that swallowed everything. There wasn't even the slightest bit of light. After the unparalleled sword was frozen. Suddenly, there seemed to be a huge wave on the calm surface of the sea. The waves on the surface of the sea were already extremely turbulent. And under the surface of the sea, there were even more raging waves. It was as if there was a sea that appeared out of thin air. A figure appeared beside the unparalleled sword. The person's long hair was as black as ink. It fluttered behind him like a huge wave. The person glanced at the unparalleled sword. There wasn't the slightest bit of emotion in his eyes. After a long while, he sighed slowly. It's a sword that values emotions. However, there's nothing I can do to help. The Black Sea Lord sighed faintly. There were rules in the world. However, although the Black Sea Lord couldn't attack directly, it wasn't a big deal for him to help in the dark. The Black Sea Lord extended his hand and gently plucked the sea. This heart of the extremely cold Jade Sea is enough for you to become a half-immortal artifact. It's your own fortune. The Black Sea Lord flicked his finger and the black stone in his hand shot into the unparalleled sword. Immediately, the ice on the surface of the unparalleled sword gradually shattered. At the same time, the heart of the Jade Sea was gradually fusing with the unparalleled sword. In the end, it fused perfectly with the unparalleled sword. When the heart of the Jade Sea fused with the unparalleled sword, from the unparalleled sword, there seemed to be a burst of extremely strong energy. Buzz. A ripple spread out. Huo. He actually woke up from the deep sea. When he felt the power on his body, Huo's fiery red hair turned icy blue again. Chapter 1565. Huo woke up in the deep sea. She didn't know how long she had been unconscious. However, he could also feel that his strength had become many times stronger. She knew that it must be that expert who had helped her. Her strength and cultivation base had been raised. That was to say, the quality of Wuxuang's sword had improved, although she didn't know why the other party didn't want to see her. However, the strong all had their own reasons. Maybe he was restricted by some anger or other reasons, so he couldn't help her. He could only help her in such a way. Thank you, Senior, for helping me. Wuxuang could feel that his Li Lang had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. He bowed towards the depths of the ocean from afar. She wanted to express her gratitude. Since the senior didn't want to see her, it was probably because the time wasn't right. When the time was right, they would meet. Wuxuang naturally knew what the Black Sea Lord and Li Zhongjiu had said. Seems like I have to find Qi Yanran. Wuxuang thought to herself. Although her strength had made a breakthrough, she was still much weaker than Li Zhongjiu, not to mention the mysterious enemy who had controlled Li Zhongjiu. Since she couldn't invite the Black Sea Lord, she could only find Qi Yanran. She wanted to see if Qi Yanran had any ideas. Whoosh! Immediately, Wuxuang quickly flew out from the deep sea. She soared into the sky. Boom! The power of ice and fire, it's a perfect fusion. My grade has been completely improved. But Wuxuang's strength. Now, they were all rising steadily. She was close to the 5th grade of the Absolute Saint Realm. One should know that the Termite Demon Queen was only a 7th grade of the Absolute Saint Realm. In addition to the power of the Heavenly Book in her hand. Moreover, Wuxuang herself was only a sword. She herself was just a sword spirit. It was quite terrifying to be able to cultivate to such a level. Her strength was much stronger than that. Wuxuang didn't waste any time. She quickly headed toward the Sacred Flame Royal City. Qi Yanran? Even Wuxuang herself didn't know where she was. He could only look for Xiao Zhao in the mansion and ask her to help him contact Li Yun. No matter what, Li Yun was still Wuxuang's disciple. This was not something that could be easily changed. Even Li Yun's current status was bestowed upon her by Wuxuang. If he wanted to find them to do something, it would naturally be very easy and very normal. Boom! The unparalleled sword cut through the sky. They headed towards the Sacred Flame Royal City. At this moment, Qi Yanran was not in the Sacred Flame Royal City. Instead, it appeared at the bottom of a waterfall. The person who helped Qi Yanran that day was Wang Jing. This was the fatty that Li Zhongjiu had met. To be honest, Qi Yanran was also very confused at first. Why would Li Zhongjiu and Wang Jing become friends? Even Wang Jing himself was confused and didn't understand the situation. However, their personalities were also quite good. Everyone was able to get along well. Therefore, they naturally became friends. Qi Yanran didn't know what Wang Jing was capable of. However, since she heard that Wang Jing had been to the Ape Clan continent, she understood. In fact, Wang Jing's strength was far above hers. Therefore, she couldn't sense Wang Jing's real situation. And Wang Jing himself was definitely not a simple person. It's safe here. That guy will definitely not find this place. Wang Jing looked around. After making sure that it was safe, he finally sat down on the ground. He was also thinking about what had happened before. He felt quite shocked, because such a terrifying guy was not common. If it wasn't for the powerful weapon in his hand, he might not have been able to escape. Where is this? Qi Yanran glanced at the waterfall. The roar of the waterfall was deafening. At the same time, after Qi Yanran's observation, she also found that the situation here had changed. You can see that this is a place where space overlap. I was also very surprised to find this place. The other continent that overlaps with the Saint Martial continent is the Ape Clan continent, Wang Jing said. In theory, this place was already at the border of the two continents. Although this is the border, in fact, there seems to be a locked door on both sides. Only by opening it with a key can you go back and forth between the two continents, Wang Jing said. Qi Yanran didn't expect such a place to exist. It was really surprising. Ahem. Qi Yanran was seriously injured. After coughing a few times, she didn't hesitate anymore. Under the protection of the lotus flower transformed by the green bird platform, her injuries were being healed. The green bird platform was instinctively protecting its owner. It could be seen that this was a very powerful divine weapon. This thing is already close to a fairy weapon. It belongs to the top among the supreme spiritual weapons. I wonder what material it is made of. Wang Jing? He circled the object twice and studied it, but he couldn't find anything different about it. Refining weapons was broad and profound. That guy from the Ape Clan has really broken the sky. Wang Jing was also having a headache about this. Something big had happened in the Ape Clan continent. It was the War of the Ape Clan. The legendary celestial chaotic world demonic monkey had created a huge hole in the heavenly realm during the Great Battle. This was equivalent to breaking a hole in the ceiling of your house, although the power of the Way of the Heavens had quickly repaired this big hole. However, no one knew exactly how many people were involved in that process. Many experts from the heavenly realm had fled to other realms. Of course, Wang Jing himself didn't know much about the existence of this boundary. He only knew some basic knowledge. In terms of cultivation, he was far from being as powerful as Li Zongjiu. Just now, he had sneak attacked Wan Yulan because of his special weapon, which was protected by the Great Void spell. Therefore, he was able to temporarily deter the other party. If they really wanted to fight, Wang Jing was no match for the latter. Therefore, even when Qi Yanran was here, he could only take her away directly. He didn't dare to continue to be entangled with the other party. Otherwise, if he continued to dig, Wang Jing's life would also be lost. What about other places? I'm not sure. Anyway, one came from the Holy Martial continent. I guess there's more than one. This is just a little bit ostentatious. Without a doubt, the expert who came from the sky with the tombstone was from the heavenly realm. The reason why he could come to this place was that the great heaven chaotic demonic monkey had broken the heavenly realm. Chapter 1566. The Heavenly Realm. It was a higher level of space than the Nine Realms continent. Those who could go to this world were from the Nine Realms, which was the continent represented by the Nine Lineages Arcane Book, the place where the top experts could go together. Those who came to this place were extremely strong. But what about the Heavenly Realm? Wang Jing didn't know what the situation was. Wang Jing had returned to the Ape Clan continent. He found that the Ape Clan was indeed in the middle of a war. Some time ago they had just fought a battle. But now, Wang Jing himself had also safely retreated from it. Wang Jing was going to come back to ask for help. After all, the other party was too strong. He couldn't beat them. When he came back, he found that Li Zongjiu had disappeared. He knew that Qi Yanran was on her way. So, Wang Jing came to the evil forest. In the evil forest, he happened to encounter Qi Yanran's dangerous situation. That was why he decided to lend a helping hand. It was rare for him to reveal his strength. However, at this point, there was nothing to be concerned about. Now, such a situation had happened. All the continents were in a precarious situation. He would definitely make a move in a situation where he had no other choice. Qi Yanran was healing in the Green Bird platform. Wang Jing didn't dare to leave. However, this Azure Bird Dao platform was clearly something very powerful. Even if there were really enemies coming, it was estimated that they would be able to resist them and protect Qi Yanran. Look at it, it's so smart, Wang Jing said to the stick in his hand. This stick was called the Universal Wishful Stick. Wang Jing himself didn't know who made it, but when he accidentally came to the ape continent, this rod seemed to have been following him all the time. And the key to connecting the two worlds was the Universal Wishful Stick in his hand. The Universal Wishful Stick in his hand was very powerful. It could easily travel between the two continents. But this was a secret that Wang Jing had kept very well. He didn't tell anyone. While Wang Jing was waiting for Qi Yanran to recover, the unparalleled sword was also looking for the two people. Huo Wushuang arrived at the White Deer Mansion and mobilized all the resources in the White Deer Mansion. In this way, they could quickly gather information about Li Zongjiu. However, no matter how resourceful the White Deer Mansion was, it was still an intelligence organization formed by ordinary people. If one wanted to find innate experts like Wang Jing and Qi Yanran, who could appear tens of thousands of miles away in an instant, it was impossible to catch up with them. They could only search the official website from afar. It was impossible to track them down. There's no news. They all disappeared into thin air. When Xiao Zhao presented the information he had gathered to Huo Wushuang, he couldn't believe it either. However, this was not the first time they had seen such a situation. But these experts all disappeared at the same time, so there must be a problem. Therefore, Xiao Zhao was very clear in his heart. The whereabouts of these experts were almost erratic. It was just that this was too much of a coincidence. Nothing. Huo Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly. However, if we can't find them in the range of the three dynasties, then we definitely can't find them in ordinary places. Maybe we can try these places, Xiao Zhao said. Since there were no traces of these people in the places covered by the spies, then in these places they had not set foot in. They might be able to find them. On the Sherngu continent there were many strange places that humans had not set foot in. Although the continent was only so big, there were always some hidden corners. It's just like the house you live in. Although you come and go every day and the area is only so big, there will always be some corners that you can't observe normally. These corners, Xiao Zhao called them forgotten places. Now, there were at least 7 forgotten places on this continent. They were all places that humans had never set foot in. There were very few records about these places, and some even didn't exist. They were different from the forbidden places in the untainted land. The reason why the forbidden places were called forbidden places was that people had gone there and set foot in them, or had seen the dangers with their own eyes. Therefore, they were called forbidden places. This was to warn the future generations not to set foot in such places easily. These places were very dangerous. The forgotten places were really places that no one had gone and no one had discovered. Xiao Zhao marked the specific locations of the forgotten places. However, these 7 places were very far away from each other and were difficult to find. Just as Xiao Zhao was about to say something, Huo Wushuang had already put away the map in front of him. Then, he quickly flew toward the sky. Boom! Obviously, Huo Wushuang didn't want to waste any more time. Since there were only 7 places, then he would start searching from these 7 places one by one. Men! Xiao Zhao shouted. Now, more and more extraordinary things were happening on this continent. It seemed that there were strong enemies gradually appearing in the dark. Director! Let the Research Institute start the Ultimate Weapon Project, Xiao Zhao said. The Ultimate Weapon Project. At any time, if you wanted to become richer and stronger, you had to be strong first. You had to be strong. In fact, Xiao Zhao had drawn up this Ultimate Weapon Project a long time ago. However, he didn't implement it, because this project was too advanced. At the same time, it would consume a lot of money. At that time, there was a strong guardian like Li Zongjiu, so the White Deer Mansion naturally didn't have to go to this step. However, it suddenly appeared now. These top experts had all gone missing. It was obvious that even they were in danger. Therefore, Xiao Zhao had to bring forward the plan. No matter when, it was never wrong to make some preparations in advance. Only in this way could he ensure his own safety and property. In Xiao Zhao's opinion, it wasn't too late. Now, the White Deer Mansion had enough financial resources to recruit the truly talented and intelligent people in the world and directly integrate them into the Research Institute. Using this method to ensure that the best weapons came from the White Deer Mansion. If it wasn't because of the 7-star fire room? If it was Song Jiyu behind it, then Xiao Zhao would have already bought the 7-star fire room. He directly bought it. However, just now, all the forging masters of the major weapon workshops had been summoned by the White Deer Mansion. Chapter 1567. The launch of the Ultimate Weapon Project. It would also greatly promote the weapon industry of the entire continent. It was no longer traditional, cold weapons. Instead, it was a variety of origin energy weapons. Although they already had origin energy weapons before the launch of the project, they were only using the power of primordial stones in a very superficial way at that time. Xiao Zhao directly instructed that a storm would be stirred up in the area she was in charge of. This research institute, which was known as the Ultimate Weapon Project, almost all kinds of geniuses had gathered here. Before they were discovered by Xiao Zhao, even their companions and relatives thought that they were crazy, possessed, or stupid saboteurs. In the eyes of others, such people were simply a threat. However, Xiao Zhao gathered all these people here. He directly carried out the best kind of training and specially prepared a place for them to experiment. He also provided them with a large amount of funds. This allowed them to repeatedly create and research. Now, they were finally going to integrate these resources that had been opened long ago into a real sharp knife. It possessed such absolute majesty and power. Even Nangong Wuji and the others could not enter this research institute. This was because the ideas they received were too traditional and it was difficult for them to truly jump out of it. Xiao Zhao did not know whether this plan would succeed or not. However, the current situation did not allow Xiao Zhao to continue waiting. In the evil forest, Li Zongjiu was still trapped in the wall formed by his own will. At this moment, Li Zongjiu had also left the chaos spell. However, the chaotic power was already in Li Zongjiu's body. For Li Zongjiu, refining these two kinds of chaotic power at the same time was a very risky act because it was very likely that the chaotic power would exceed the limit that his body could bear. At that time, it would directly cause a loud boom. It would be blown to pieces by the chaotic power. Fortunately, this situation did not happen. Instead, it quickly stabilized the destructive power of the chaotic power in his body. Li Zongjiu's physique was very strong. Previously, he had experience dealing with the chaotic energy. Hence, he was able to absorb it like a fish in water this time. It was easy and simple. Boom. At this moment, Li Zongjiu's body was like an exploding supreme-grade primordial stone, and it was still exploding continuously. However, Li Zongjiu had to withstand this power. Otherwise, if he did not control the power, his entire body would have been shattered by the chaotic force. The process was extremely painful. Within the evil dragon eye, Li Zongjiu's mental strength was being continuously shredded. But now, Li Zongjiu was also enduring the feeling of his body and mind being torn apart at the same time. Furthermore, they couldn't be revived here. If Li Zongjiu died, Then the wall of willpower around him would naturally disappear. Li Zongjiu had not reached the state where his willpower could remain after he died. Hence, he needed more power to concentrate on his body to break through. Hold on! Li Zongjiu roared. Even the heretical god's eye was forced out. This was a natural skill of Li Zongjiu. However, it was difficult for him to calm down at this moment. Hence, he could only release it continuously. This allowed Li Zongjiu to continue maintaining his powerful combat strength under such circumstances. Hence, he was able to persevere. Wan Yulan, who was still cultivating in the mysterious tomb. She seemed to have sensed the change in Li Zongjiu's direction. However, that was it? After taking a look, he sneered disdainfully. I'll let you do whatever you want. You're just an ant. Do you think you can overturn the sky in my hands? The latter was extremely disdainful. However, she was also in a hurry. At least, she had to ensure that before Wan Yulan's body completely collapsed, she had to restore some of her strength. All parties seemed to be working hard. They all had their own things to do. It seemed that an earth-shattering battle was brewing. Hu Wushuang had already explored 5 places in a row. However, they were all empty. Although it took a lot of time, in Hu Wushuang's opinion, there didn't seem to be too many problems. Hence, during this process, Hu Wushuang's strength was rapidly increasing. Hu Wushuang didn't know what the mysterious expert had given her. It was actually able to allow his strength to increase so quickly. It was as if she had broken her own limit. There was no trace of Qi Yanran in any of the forgotten places. Hu Wushuang's figure stood in the air. Through the mutual sensing with Li Zongjiu from afar, Hu Wushuang could also feel that Li Zongjiu seemed to be getting stronger. This meant that Li Zongjiu's body was fine, and he could even obtain a greater opportunity to improve his own strength. Hu Wushuang and Li Zongjiu had already signed a contract. Li Zongjiu had directly refined the Wushuang sword. Therefore, he could maintain the energy of the Wushuang sword and improve its cultivation. Therefore, Hu Wushuang could accurately sense the situation of Li Zongjiu. Since I can't find him, I'll try again. Although Hu Wushuang had already transformed into a spiritual sword. However, their intellect was still there. This time, she had to hide her aura and strength. Since Li Zongjiu was fine and his strength was gradually increasing, this was a good thing for Hu Wushuang. At the very least, she had to sense an opportunity, which was when Li Zongjiu needed a powerful weapon. Then, she could appear by Li Zongjiu's side in time. Boom! Hu Wushuang flew towards the forest of evil. The existence of the Abyss race was still waiting for an opportunity to attack the threat of invading the continent. However, the current strength of the continent had become quite strong. There were also many experts who appeared one after another. An expert of the younger generation like Xia Shui was already very strong. At the very least, she could hold her own in various major battles. She could use this method to kill the enemy. Therefore, when Xia Shui finished her apprenticeship, she led the disciples of the Sky Sect Academy to establish a battlefield to resist the Abyss race. On such a battlefield, Xia Shui fully displayed her strength and beheaded her opponent. Coastline. On a beach not far from Binhai City. This was because this place was vast and all the sand could be used by the Abyss race. Therefore, the Abyss race had also come to this place. They used this place to conduct a large-scale landing. It seemed that during this period of time, the Abyss race had sensed the chaos of the continent, so they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to do something. Therefore, they launched an attack. Xia Shui led many experts and engaged in a fierce battle with the Abyss race on this coastline. This day was the day when the Abyss race launched their attack. On the vast sea, there were ferocious Abyss race monsters baring their teeth in front of them. While the two sides were fighting, Xia Shui suddenly raised her head. She saw a fireball appear in the sky. This fireball looked very small. However, it was extremely fast. With a boom, it fell directly into the sea. Suddenly, a huge wave with a radius of 10,000 miles surged. All the abyss race in front of her were burned to ashes. Chapter 1568. The fireball that suddenly fell from the sky shocked everyone who was fighting on the coastline. Even the powerful abyssal clan in front of them were burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Who else in the world could have such powerful strength? There was only the evil dominator. Evil Lord. Xia Shui's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. If there was someone who could help them kill the abyssal race at this time, and at the same time had such great strength, then it had to be the evil dominator. But in the next moment, another terrifying wave of air came from the surface of the sea. The wave of fire swept over. It was as if hundreds of fire meta beasts were rushing over. Some of the human clan experts on the shore were also caught. After being caught, they were completely melted by the flames. All those who were caught were directly refined into a pile of ashes, and all the power poured into the latter's body. It was sent to a fireball on the sea. Immediately, Xia Shui saw her companions being killed by the power of the fireball. She hurriedly yelled, "Retreat! A powerful enemy has appeared. Retreat quickly!" It was as if there were countless arms extending out of the fireball. They grabbed at the people on the shore. Some of the disciples of the Sky Sect Academy were also taken away. The opponent was quite powerful. Xia Shui used her sword energy to cut off the flaming arms. But she found that even her sword energy could not do it. The opponent's flaming arms kept spinning above the sea. The strong flaming arms evaporated the surrounding sea water in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the opponent burned thousands of people on the shore and turned them into the latter's power. Then, the power rushed toward her. The blazing power made Xia Shui and the others feel despair. This kind of power was almost suffocating. It was difficult to fight against it. They could only watch from afar, staring at the power of the opponent and waiting for death to come. Boom! Even the sky seemed to have been burned into a piece of red iron. At this moment, the beach along the coastline had been directly refined into a desert. Xia Shui led several junior brothers and sisters to evacuate with difficulty. Finally, the opponent's flaming hand rushed toward Xia Shui. Xia Shui quickly pushed her companions away. He was left alone to face the flaming hand that had suddenly appeared. Boom! Instantly, the opponent's flaming hand was blocked. It fell on Xia Shui's body. Immediately, a violent force surged in Xia Shui's body. At this moment, Xia Shui felt as if she had been sucked into a huge fireball. Senior Xia Shui! Senior Xia Shui! Just as Xia Shui was about to burn the other party clean and end up like the rest of the people, suddenly, a ray of light gushed out from Xia Shui's body. This power was extremely strong. In an instant, the flames were extinguished. Xia Shui also escaped safely. With a bang, he fell onto the beach. Xia Shui had also sensed this power just now, and it was particularly familiar. She immediately understood in her heart that this was the power of Senior Evil Lord. Before Li Zongju left, he had already placed a protective talisman on Xia Shui's body long ago in order to save her life at this critical moment. Obviously, the effect this time was very significant. He directly broke out the power of the innate realm and forced the opponent to retreat. The person hiding in the fireball in front of her was obviously very surprised. However, what made the latter more surprised was that a force was rapidly approaching, so he became vigilant. I didn't expect that there would be such an expert in this small underworld. On the coast, Xia Shui landed and instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the power just now was suffocating, and she had no power to resist at all. She was not at the same level as the opponent at all. If it wasn't for the protective power that Evil Lord had left on her body, she would have died. Xia Shui probably would have died just now. This made Xia Shui tremble with fear. At least now, she could be considered to have escaped with her life. Senior Xia Shui, are you okay? The junior brothers and sisters rushed over. Protect Senior Xia and retreat. Look, what's that? Everyone raised their heads and looked in front of them. Even some of the people who were running for their lives were staring with their eyes wide open. At this moment, above the sea, because of the fireball, a lot of the seawater had been burned dry. This kind of burning speed was not that simple. It was a speed that was visible to the naked eye. It was precisely because the power was too strong that the expert hidden in the dark appeared. The originally blue sea water directly turned black at this moment. When the black sea water turned black, it was as if a pitch-black force was rapidly attacking. It rushed above the fireball. Was it not afraid of the power of the latter's flames? It completely covered the fireball. Everyone had seen the power of the fireball just now. When it fell, it had already set off a huge wave, killing all the abyssal monsters. This kind of strength was not ordinary. Black sea water? Not many people knew about the legend of the Black Sea. Even if they knew, they only thought that it was just a legend. However, they did not expect that such black sea water would really appear. Moreover, this black sea water seemed to be full of vitality. It quickly attacked and completely extinguished the other party's flames. The two sides seemed to be fighting. The person in the fireball wanted to escape. However, he was firmly restrained by the power of the Black Sea. It was difficult to escape. There was nowhere to hide. Even if he tried his best to escape, there was still nothing he could do. He was firmly restrained. He could not escape. The other party's flames, even if they were so far away? Even if they were so far away, they could still feel the terrifying power. Even the surrounding seawater, except for the black seawater, all the other seawater had evaporated. It formed a strange situation of black seawater pillars. The seawater in the distance was also rushing over quickly. It directly poured into these evaporated places. Boom! From the Black Sea, a powerful force suddenly erupted and directly dragged the fireball into the sea water. It set off a huge wave. Under the Black Sea, the Black Sea Overlord met the person in the fireball. To be able to enter the celestial realm, you are considered not bad in the lower realm. Unfortunately, your cultivation is far from enough to kill me. A red-haired middle-aged man walked out of the fireball. Even in the Black Sea, there was a layer of flames around him to protect him. It resisted the invasion of the power of the Black Sea. Chapter 1569. Black Sea Overlord didn't waste his breath. Speaking of which, he was quite unlucky. He had just given away the heart of the Blue Sea to someone else 2 days ago. Otherwise, with the heart of the Blue Sea in his hand, it wouldn't be the turn of this person. The visitor from outer space was arrogant. There was no place for him to be arrogant. However, he had to subdue the latter now. A handprint condensed. Sea overturning spell. A wave of power was released from Black Sea Overlord's handprint. It was as if countless flying fishes were attacking with the water of the Black Sea. In the blink of an eye, they rushed to the flaming man in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the curse technique kept bombarding the flaming man's body. It was as if the latter's body was going to be penetrated. The continuous attacks had greatly damaged the flaming man's vitality. However, under the attack of Black Sea Overlord's spell, he couldn't be idle. Fire Dragon spell. However, the flaming man was obviously not to be trifled with. Similarly, the power of the spell was released. The majesty of this fire dragon was completely different from the one on Dragon Island. It was the majesty of a true divine dragon. However, it was precisely because of his serious injuries that the power of the fire dragon spell was greatly weakened. Boom! The power of the fire dragon devoured the surrounding seawater. At this moment, the scene of the battle on the shore had caused the seawater to turn upside down crazily. Rumble! Immediately, one could see that the entire sea surface and the sky had turned pitch black. However, in this sea, there were some terrifying red flames that were constantly being released. It was as if a volcano was erupting in the seawater. It was carrying out a destructive attack at the bottom of the sea. What's going on? The surrounding people were also quite shocked. The scene of the battle in the seawater had already affected the shore. At the same time, many cracks appeared on the shore. This was because of the impact of the other party's power. This caused many deep ravines and cracks to appear on the land. It kept erupting, and seawater kept pouring in. Suddenly, the cracks that appeared from the impact had already spread to Binhai City. Not good. Evacuate the people in the city. The Binhai Navy's fleet was directly penetrated by the powerful impact. Countless soldiers fell into the water. If it weren't for the seawater's slight resistance, Binhai City might have long been destroyed by the other party's terrifying battle. The evacuation operation couldn't be delayed. In fact, during this period of time, unless it was necessary, ordinary personnel had already been transferred to a branch city 60 kilometers away from Binhai City. For the time being, this place was used as a temporary residence. He himself had been in a state of intense battle recently. A figure flew over from the sky. What happened? Long Ji flew over from afar. Long Ji was already a top expert representing the White Deer Mansion. She had been participating in the fight against the Abyssal race. Now that the war had broken out, the Abyssal King that she had just fought had turned around and fled. This made Long Ji feel very surprised. When he looked again, he sensed a huge commotion in the direction of Binhai City. There are two experts fighting at the bottom of the sea. We don't know the other party's identity, Xia Shui said. It was naturally difficult to determine the other party's identity. Xia Shui had never seen this Black Sea overlord before. Furthermore, there was also the person with the fireball that descended from the sky. Even if Li Zongju was here, he would not be able to differentiate them. Long Ji looked into the depths of the sea. From time to time, surging light would erupt. Even Long Ji was shaken to the core. Furthermore, Long Ji didn't dare to rashly enter the water. At this moment, the power that erupted from the bottom of the sea was too terrifying. Long Ji couldn't withstand it. Therefore, she could only watch from the shore. When did so many experts appear? Even if the experts of Dragon Island were to join forces, they wouldn't be able to resist experts of such a realm. Long Ji's heart was also quite shocked. No wonder her ancestor had once said. He wanted the people of the Dragon Island to remain on the Dragon Island and not to leave the Dragon Island easily. If the evil dragon god had really angered the human experts back then, by now, most of the people on Dragon Island would have been killed by them. Even when Li Zongjiu rushed to Dragon Island back then, he had started a massacre. No one in the dragon race could resist him. If Li Zongjiu was willing, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill all the dragon race. It was just that he didn't want to do it. Now, the two people fighting at the bottom of the sea had terrifying auras. A casual attack from the other party could destroy Dragon Island. With this power, everyone couldn't wait to avoid it. Should we evacuate everyone first? Long Ji took a look and came back to her senses. Unknowingly, after staying in the human world for so long, Long Ji seemed to have fallen in love with it even more. Therefore, during this operation, she wanted to protect the human race first. She got used to it. While the people of Binhai City were evacuating, they could already see Binhai City being struck by a huge force. Immediately, a city wall along the coast of Binhai City was destroyed into two. When Zhang Hengliang saw this scene, he felt extremely aggrieved. "My city!" Zhang Hengliang cried. However, in the current situation, although the city was destroyed, fortunately, the people in the city weren't in trouble. It was more or less a consolation. At the very least, Zhang Hengliang could guarantee the safety of his people? Long Ji and Xia Shui stood in the air. The battle at the bottom of the sea became more and more intense. However, the power of the flames was getting weaker and weaker. The power of the Black Sea became more and more intense. Boom! Finally, in the deep sea, the flaming man wanted to escape. He rushed out of the sea. However, Black Sea Overlord had never thought of letting him go. Once such an expert left, he would definitely cause considerable damage. Furthermore, once the latter's cultivation level recovered, even Black Sea Overlord might not be able to subdue him. He attacked continuously. He even used the power of the Black Sea to reach out of the sea and grab the other party. However, this person was also very cunning. He actually used an avatar as bait. As for his main body, he fled in another direction. With a boom, he disappeared into the horizon. Although he had lost an avatar, he had at least preserved his life. Just you wait. When I recover and return, I'll definitely burn your Black Sea, the other party said ruthlessly and disappeared into the sky. Black Sea Overlord stood at the bottom of the sea and stared at the other party's departing figure. The other party had already left the range of the sea. Even she was helpless. In the end, she could only leave dejectedly. After the battle, one could see that the sea and land were in a mess. The battle between the two mysterious experts. It came and left quickly. Furthermore, no one would come out to explain anything to them. Chapter 1570. The Battle of Binhai City. It also displayed an extremely terrifying destructive power. Of course, this was also because most of the power had been absorbed by the Black Sea. The expert in the Black Sea was also trying to avoid these injuries and prevent the destructive power from spreading. If it weren't for this expert in the Black Sea, the entire Binhai City, or even the land within 50 kilometers of Binhai City, would have been completely destroyed. These mysterious experts had made a move. Long Ji was also caught off guard. At the very least, she found this situation very unbelievable. Xia Shui could be considered to have experienced a life-and-death battle. She had almost died. Fortunately, that expert had made a move. Is the world going to fall into chaos? Xia Shui had also heard a lot of things recently. These kinds of things were obviously not good signs. Recently, there seemed to be some very terrifying movements in various parts of the dynasty. There were many natural and man-made disasters. However, the Xingyan dynasty had gradually become stronger recently. The country was strong. Furthermore, the current Emperor Xingyan was very open-minded. At least he knew. If he wanted to govern the dynasty well, he had to ensure that the White Deer Mansion was in his favor. He had to curry favor with the White Deer Mansion. Only when the White Deer Mansion made a move could the world be peaceful. Since he had such a good helper like the White Deer Mansion, what was there to dislike? He naturally had to make good use of it. If he could accept this point, it would naturally be considered a success. This was because the White Deer Mansion disdained to compete with him for these things. His strength had long transcended the world. When his opponent's strength had reached a level that was beyond his reach, he would no longer be a match for him. They would no longer be a threat to you. The White Deer Mansion was now much more low-key. It seemed that it was rare to see the White Deer Mansion everywhere. They must be doing something behind the scenes. The people outside naturally couldn't guess. However, the recent movements had indeed become much lesser. Hu Wushuang once again arrived outside the Forest of Evil. She transformed into a blue-haired woman. They were waiting in the city. Hu Wushuang herself was extremely intelligent, even though the situation was very urgent. He also wanted to save Li Zongjiu as soon as possible. However, acting rashly would only spoil things. Therefore, Hu Wushuang was very calm. They were waiting outside the town. Recently, she could feel that Li Zongjiu's strength seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. If that was the case, then perhaps Li Zongjiu was also in the process of breaking through. At the nameless waterfall, Qi Yanran woke up in the Blue Bird Taoist platform. The injuries on his body had also healed. But at this moment, Qi Yanran did not find Wang Jing's figure. Wang Jing was nowhere to be found. After looking around, Qi Yanran didn't find Wang Jing. She didn't hesitate and just left the words, "Evil Forest." He also headed straight for the Forest of Evil. However, when Qi Yanran passed by a forest, she was shocked. This was the Black Water Forest. It happened to be the border between the Xingyan dynasty and the Haiku dynasty. The forest terrain was also extremely vast. This was the Black Water Forest. At this moment, it was burning with a raging fire. The Black Water Forest covered more than tens of thousands of miles. However, as the fire burned, it easily covered 1/10 of the area. It was at least 3,000 miles in radius, and one could feel the heat wave from afar. What's going on? It was impossible for such a huge fire to appear in the elemental beast forest. Once such a situation occurred, powerful elemental beasts would usually take action. No matter how weak they were, the elemental energy of heaven and earth could easily extinguish any fire. It was rare for such a powerful fire to appear. Qi Yanran also tried to cover the forest fire with her own strength. However, even with Qi Yanran's strength, she couldn't completely extinguish the fire. Boom! The fire within hundreds of miles was extinguished instantly. However, in the blink of an eye, the flames burned fiercely once again. This is the power of the fire. The person who released this fire has an unfathomable cultivation. The fire itself belonged to a rather powerful force. Therefore, unless Qi Yanran absorbed the fire into her body one by one and refined it, the fire would never be extinguished. Moreover, the fire would spread. Even rivers, lakes, and seas could be easily burned to a crisp. Once the Black Water Forest was burned to a crisp, the surrounding cities would naturally be burned to a crisp. Luoxia City was already a city in the sky given by Chenhua. Moreover, they could evacuate at any time. However, if they couldn't stop the fire from spreading, it would be useless no matter where they escaped to. Moreover, Li Tianqing and the others in Luoxia City would definitely not sit idly by. Even when the fire first appeared, they already found something wrong. After a series of experiments and work, they found that the fire couldn't be extinguished at all. Many elemental beasts were even burned to death in the forest. They couldn't escape in time. The fire could spread so quickly because the other party's power of the fire was too fierce. Moreover, once the fire touched the body, it couldn't be extinguished. When the elemental beasts ran out, they naturally brought the fire to other places. After being touched by the fire, the only outcome was death. After these elemental beasts were burned by the fire, they couldn't escape very far. Soon, they were burned to a crisp by the fire. By now, the fire was already so strong. It was so intense that it had reached a level where it was spreading unbridled. Under such circumstances, Li Tianqing led Zhou Bachuan and the others around the perimeter of the Black Water Forest. With their strength, they continuously cleared out the areas of the Black Water Forest that had not yet been engulfed by the fire to create an isolated zone. At least, they could slow down the spread of the fire. It wouldn't spread so quickly. However, this was only a delaying tactic. What was really useful was to extinguish the fire. Even now, they were more than 700 miles away. Luoxia City, which was high up in the sky, could clearly feel the heat waves covering the sky. Such a situation occurred. It made Luoxia City look like a huge steamer. Fortunately, the elemental energy thrusters in charge of patrolling the surroundings could replace the elemental energy with a kind of primordial stone that could release cold air. Only then did the temperature of the entire Luoxia City drop. During the design of this sky castle, they had already considered all possible problems in all aspects. Qi Yanran wanted to continue to take a look at the forest of evil. However, the fire was spreading here. It would definitely threaten Luoxia City. How could Qi Yanran watch Luoxia City get into trouble without doing anything? She immediately rushed towards Luoxia City. Chapter 1571. Luoxia City. Li Tianqing and the others also gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Now in Luoxia City, a group of ambitious people had gathered. Li Zongjiu might not remember one of them. But in the later process, he had a lot of cooperation with Luoxia City. Even now, he had become the #1 herbal medicine business in Tianzong Academy. The daughter of Thousand Taste Cottage, Lu Yao. Although Li Zongjiu did not remember, Lu Yao had never forgotten Li Zongjiu. This guy was also quite ruthless. It was as if she had never appeared in his life. But this did not matter to Lu Yao. Lu Yao's character did not allow her to do things that were too impulsive. So Lu Yao preferred to be like this. She would silently contribute and wait. Thousand Taste Cottage was also a great success now. In the beginning, they got Li Zhongjiu's permission to enter Luoxia City and seize the opportunity. After getting familiar with them a little, they had also quickly established a relationship with him. After all, the strength of Thousand Taste Cottage was not bad. Over the years, they had been well behaved and doing business well. However, the appearance of this fire also attracted Lu Yao's attention. If this fire is not extinguished as soon as possible, at least 5 extinct volcanoes in the Black Water Forest may be ignited and revived at any time. Once they are revived, the destructive power will be immeasurable, Lu Yao said. After a few years, Lu Yao was also slender and elegant. She was no longer the shy girl before and had become more generous. She was a lady from a noble family. Although now she had not officially taken over Thousand Taste Cottage. But in fact, she was already the real helmsman of Thousand Taste Cottage. Now, under the management of the latter, Thousand Taste Cottage was even more stable and improved. It was undeniable that this was Lu Yao's ability. Lu Yao was also a medicine gatherer. Compared to practicing martial arts like swords, spears, and sticks, Lu Yao preferred to use her own hands to find and dig precious medicinal herbs, explore some more mysterious terrains, and find some new medicinal herbs. She wanted to try other effects of the medicinal herbs. This kind of thing was what Lu Yao liked to do. The Black Water Forest was rich in resources. There were many places where spiritual grasses and spiritual medicines were hidden. Some heavenly treasures were also hidden in very inconspicuous places. As long as one understood their habits, it would be easier to find them. Furthermore, Lu Yao was very familiar with the various terrains of the Black Water Forest. A herb gatherer was more like a pathfinder. Therefore, the Thousand-Flavor Herb Hall didn't just have a simple topographic map. Often, there would be markings on the map. Any special topography, energy distribution, and specific situations in the vicinity would also be marked in great detail. That's right. Although these volcanoes have been dormant for a long time, as long as they are supplied with some energy, the magma book hidden in the depths will awaken and the originally calm energy will become even more violent. The power of the 5 volcanoes will stack together and not a single blade of grass will grow within 1,000 miles. If we want to restore this kind of terrain, it will be even more distant. A group of people were also discussing using the Tianwu boat to transport water here? Impossible. These flames, even with my origin energy cultivation, can't be extinguished. Li Tianqing shook his head repeatedly. When the flames burned less than 100 miles, they had already discovered the signs, although it was already very big at that time. But if it was just an ordinary fire, with Li Tianqing's sovereign cultivation, it wouldn't be difficult for him to extinguish the flames. But the difficulty was that the flames were not easy to extinguish. Even if he wanted to refine the flames, he couldn't keep up with the speed of the flames spreading. If we want to extinguish such flames, perhaps the frost dragon on the Dragon Island can help. Lu Yao of the Thousand-Flavor Herb Hall said. Since the Dragon Island appeared in the public sight, it was inevitable that many people would study the Dragon Island. As for the Frost Dragon clan, they were also very powerful. But the Frost Dragon was a solitary creature. It was a solitary character. Even if the Dragon clan was facing a disaster, it didn't participate. Every day, it would hide in the coldest place on the Dragon Island to sleep and cultivate. It had always been indifferent to the outside world. Frost Dragon. Then we have to go to the Dragon Island. Speaking of going to the Dragon Island, Li Zhongjiu must be the one to make the trip. After all, Li Zhongjiu was the only one who had been to the Dragon Island. Although he had some contact with the Dragon clan due to his relationship with Longji, it might not be possible to ask the Frost Dragon for help even if Long Ji personally made the trip. Something like this was still possible. Li Zongjiu had to make the trip. However, Li Tianqing hadn't heard any news from Li Zongjiu recently. Either the latter was in seclusion. Anyway, with Li Zongjiu's strength, it was impossible for anything to happen to him. Li Tianqing was confident about this too. I don't know where that brat went. But since such a big matter didn't disturb him, it means that he's busy with something more important. If we're talking about going to the Dragon Island to ask the Frost Dragon for help, I'm afraid other than the three of you, we're not strong enough. Li Tianqing said. This was indeed the truth. The three elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace were all supremacies. Apart from the Khanate experts, no one in the world could withstand the might of a supremacy. This point was still very obvious. The strength and advantage of strength were right there and couldn't be ignored. But speaking of going to the Dragon Island, in fact, the three elders were extremely unwilling to do so. The three great demon clans had turned against each other and became enemies. Although they didn't turn against each other, they were at least competitors. And they used to be the three great demon clans. Wouldn't it be a little demeaning to ask another person for help now? They couldn't let this matter go. Although the relationship between the Sparrow clan and the Dragon clan isn't harmonious, we're doing this for the sake of the world. The first elder of the Sparrow Divine Palace sighed. On behalf of all the suffering people, Li Tianqing thanks the first elder for your help. Li Tianqing hurriedly said. He didn't put on airs at all. In fact, if Li Tianqing had asked the three elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace to go, they wouldn't have dared to refuse. Refuse to go? Aren't you afraid that Li Zongjiu will give each of you a slap and knock your heads off when he comes back? You'll know what regret is when that happens. Although Li Zongjiu wasn't here now, he would be back sooner or later. However, Li Tianqing didn't use this method of coercion. After all, people should know how to respect each other. This way, they would be more willing to do their best. To be honest, many people didn't expect Li Tianqing to be so courteous despite his noble status. Given Li Tianqing's current status, he should be considered the most powerful person in the three great dynasties. With this son, he could get anything he wanted. If he wanted the world and the country, he could get it with just a word. However, Li Tianqing was willing to be such an otherworldly expert. If something happened, he would be the first to step up. The rest of the people also stood up and expressed their gratitude to the three elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace. At this moment, a ray of light flashed outside the window. Everyone immediately felt that there seemed to be an extra person in the room. Father! Qi Yanran shouted in surprise. Li Tianqing was shocked. At first, he wasn't used to hearing it. However, after taking a closer look, he realized that it was his daughter-in-law. Yanran, you're back? Li Tianqing was obviously a little surprised. However, he was also quite happy to see his daughter-in-law. The parents of both sides had also met last time. For the two of them to have a low-key wedding, in fact, they did not reject it. It was fine as long as the children were happy. There was nothing wrong. At that time, they also served tea to both parties. After the ceremony, Qi Yanran naturally changed the way she addressed Li Tianqing. She's Qi Yanran. Lu Yao looked at Qi Yanran. She was indeed a rare beauty in this world. Only such a person was truly worthy of Li Zongjiu. If it were someone else, they naturally wouldn't have such strength and luck. Lu Yao was also clear about this in her heart. She didn't even think of doing anything excessive. She just admired the two of them. Palace Master. When the three elders saw that it was Qi Yanran who came, they were all pleasantly surprised. Lord Yanran. The rest of the people also cupped their hands and bowed to Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran's identity was very impressive. She was Li Zongjiu's wife. She could subdue Li Zongjiu. Imagine how terrifying Evil Lord's wife would be. Evil Lord's wife. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. I just passed by the Black Water Forest. For safety's sake, let's move Sunset City first.